So we'll have to advance forward to more screens than we would general for a general 20% run. Timer begins from the moment you hit pirate mode, from when you select the mode. Obviously I'm not going to be using a timer for the tutorial, but we'll just simply go with this 3, 2, 1 and go. And that would be time start. Alright, so first things first is just text skipping. That comes again with experience. When you know where the text boxes are coming, you can advance them through more quickly. So the opening bar is pretty straightforward. Pretty much just need to blaze through. Again, as I say, there's multiple different ways of doing it, depends on how you feel comfortable. I mean, generally I'll move forward, I'll start my charge, I'll cannon up to the roof and miss it in this case, but as I say, there's multiple ways of doing this. You can just randomly run into things if you want. It's not a big deal. Text mask there, just, oh no, it won't even let me go back, I can't even go and show any more on that, but if you want, you could just run a straight line, however you see fit, and hit everything in sight. You'll only lose probably fractions of seconds by doing so, so again, it's no big deal. Now normally I'd go straight forward from the moment I hit the screen, so he won't be throwing his grenade, so I'd be able to go in a straight line to get the next charge, jump up. Now, I generally tend to kill these guards here. The black guards have a tendency to being able to drop either a pipe ball or a monster milk. If they're going to drop you anything, it's usually going to be a pipe ball, which can be useful for the run as well, but if you get the monster milk, it's even better. And that will help you out with Armor Baron getting a quicker cycle on him. Alright, just going to, as I this screen, just run in, jump straight up here. Go straight, I'm just trying to avoid enemies while I'm trying to explain things. This isn't working out as well as I want, but yeah, as soon as you charge in here, you want to just jump straight, quick cannonball to get up there, or you can just jump and hit the guard, which will be fine. Then it's just 3 cannonball strikes up, 3 cannonball strikes up. You want 2 within this line, because you want to keep this guard ideally aiming towards the left. So by the time you go 1, 2, he'll fire, and then you can use your 3rd cannonball strike to cut across him, which I'm obviously messing up now. It just basically keeps off in the air here. You'll hit this wall, that'll blank that out. From here's a quick cannonball up, and well, usually again I wouldn't stop for this, but to keep the movement of that you do a quick shuffle. For those that may not know, it's a tech known as risky shuffling. I'll explain that a bit more in an area where it's more useful, but just a quick shuffle there, that also gets you charged. Jump into there, those 2 pots there's a guaranteed 5 gem, which is very useful. And just as you enter this screen, what you want to do is hit into your menu. Pretty much this is just down to being able to use your pipe balls early. You can break the bridge sooner, but it's not something you necessarily have to do. You can keep a hold of your pipe ball to the end. Move to the far right and keep a hold of your scimitar, just to bust through, or just to guarantee a bust through. There's a fail. Right, obviously, Paul's going to wear out, so Manbound's going to be interesting for me, but what you want to do is pretty much use this guideline here to be able to just jump across and over these 2. That will skip the dialogue that I just inadvertently hit, or you can just hit the dialogue and skip it, it's your choice. If it makes your life easier, you can just cannon strike over as well. Then again, there's a potential 5 gem in that blue guy, but you just want to charge through. And then you'll be up against Armor Baron. Okay, I know I explained that relatively quick, but this is the opening here. There's not much really to give a major discussion on, if I'm perfectly honest. Pretty much just need to keep charging to the right, move yourself up and over, and you're good. Alright, Armor Baron is an RNG boss, so he can do one of 3 things. He can charge you, he can shoot a black cannonball or a red cannonball at you. Again, he's going to cost a lot of time if he wants to charge you, because how his patterns work in general, he will, if he charges, he can charge up to 4 times max. After the 4th charge, he'll go directly into his black cannonballs. If he goes to his black cannonballs at any point, then he won't charge for that phase, but he can shoot only up to 2 black cannonballs at any given time before the red cannonball is expected to show. When the red cannonball shows up, hit it into him, and then you can start attacking him. Now, I've used up my pipe ball and I've slowed down to try and explain a few things, so this is going to be more of a 3 or 4 cycle fight for me. But the idea is you want to try and keep your movement going once you activate your pipe ball early if you choose to. You can always, on that bridge point, not activate your pipe ball, run over to the far right and use your scimitar on the bomb. That'll explode the bridge, and then keep a hold of your scimitar down all the way to let the scimitar blow up each of the respective bridges, and you can keep a hold of your pipe ball until you get to this fight. But it's recommended that you use it for this fight to eliminate a cycle from him, especially with the fact that his RNG could screw you over and cost you a lot more time. So that's pretty much how I'm a Baron is. So we'll just see how he decides to play with me just for this example. Right, he's going to charge, right? So if he does that, you pretty much just want to stay on this side of the blocks. As soon as he hits the black cannonballs, you can move forward. Then you can start the attack. General guides I will use, I'm probably going to intentionally miss a few phases here just to explain a bit. But I'm not too worried. I mean, there goes a red cannonball. Whack. Whack. But usually, if you go for the charge, you usually just want to make sure you stay behind these crates. You can't hit you there. Now, obviously, in this cycle, he's going for quite major. Well, there's all four. Brilliant. When he goes to cannons, I generally try and keep my foot just behind this line. That puts you in line to be able to strike the red cannonball. So pretty much use those two as your main guides to doing this fight. Usually when he's on near death, like because he's in near death now, he should not charge me at any point. I could just stay here and hit the red cannonballs the wrong way for all eternity. He should not charge. Oh, okay, I'm wrong. Apparently he can still charge if you let him. Or you can just get hit in the face by a red cannonball, that's great. But you should be dead. But yeah, generally, when you actually are doing a main run and you're not intentionally messing about with him like I just did, as long as you've got the pipe ball active, as long as the pipe ball hits him 2 or 3 times on the first phase, there should be no issue with him having free rounds. So once you've got him down twice and done the damage into him, the 3rd round he will never charge. If he does charge, then you've not done enough damage, and you guarantee the next red ball you hit into him, he will fall to the floor. You've got to do some more damage before you can finish the fight off. But that's generally Ammo Baron in a nutshell. Hey Hellkiff, how's it going? I'll just straight up to do what, buddy? Intentional sabotage. Drink! Nope. I've probably got enough whiskey to maybe have 1 or 1.5. But that's about it. I've had my drinks for the weekend, so I'm happy enough. Alcoholic cross it. Like I say, no troll. This is not time for to be giving me crap. Yeah, pretty much all you're doing here is just skipping some text in time ready for this Cacklebat fight. Right, Cacklebats in this game have about 40 HP. Of course, you want to kill them as quickly as you can. There's people that will use their cannon strikes in order to cause damage, which is a viable method, but the fastest method actually doesn't use that. The idea is to, force him to do a particular pattern, or at least aim to do a particular pattern. Generally, you go into the fight, you walk up to him, you strike him once, he'll go into the air. You want to follow his arc and get him in the and strike him in the air twice. Give yourself an intentional delay, then hit him the 3rd time. The 3rd time will cause him to do another jumping arc, and then you want to jump in time with his arc and get the next 4 strikes in to finish him off. If it's circumstances, if you don't get quite enough strikes, he'll just go and float in the air and you just cannon up and finish him off that way. But pretty much the idea is thus. You walk up to him, hit him, 1, 2, give yourself a delay, hit him a 3rd time, 1, 2, 3, and as you can see, I messed up, he's in the air, so you just jump up and hit him. And so on and so forth. But if you choose to go with rapid striking and you hit him all 4 times before he before he lands, then he'll go into the air, and you just want to cannon hover up to get the strikes into him that way. So if he does hover up that way, so if in that, let's just imagine there's a cacklebat there, you hit him and then you follow his art 1, 2, 3 and 4, and he jumps up on the 4th, he will hover in the air. So you can just go up there, 1, 2, and he should be down. But that's just how you get by that first cacklebat. Right, so Skull of Town's opener. Just move over here. I miss a charge. See, it turns out when I'm doing tutorials I can't do jack. But you're aiming to get into Sky's room here first. You want to pick up the library card to open up the run. But usually you just want to go in with a quick charge, just quickly jump up and you can enter. Although there's an additional method, this is literally just for like a half-second time save, if that. What you can do, jump onto this platform, and then quickly, when you double up underneath a door, you can get a quick animation door skip. Like that, so it goes in much quicker, and pretty much that's just down to double upping or hitting up twice. Usually I just mash up and just hope to get in. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So yeah, we talk to Sky, we get the library card so we can move forward. As soon as you come out this door, you just want to pretty much just jump down here. So down and jump, aim for the save guy. We play a safety save, of course. Well, we can't, but well, we're not. But see, this is what I mean by my words being rambled. But you have to save, and you need the library card to advance. Tortoise Guard, he now lets us by. This is usually where we do the first risky shuffle. If you wish, you can just run into the next screen and start moving forward to gain your charge. But otherwise, risky shuffling, the idea is to hold left on the D-pad whilst using right on the analog stick. I mean, I'm probably not going to be able to really do it that well here. So obviously I'm a bit far away from the camera, so I'll try and position myself a little better to show it a little bit. This is not working very well. No, I'll just have to do it that way then. But obviously I can't do this one-handed in front of the way I've got my camera positioned, but you pretty much just want left on the D-pad using right on the analog stick to keep a continuous charge. And that will allow you to store the charge up and execute a risky shuffle. Usually for the PS4 version I'm having to go from like there into a claw formation using left here. You can also use left on the analog stick and right on the D-pad if you feel more comfortable that way. But of course, depends on the pad you're using. If you're using like an Xbox One pad, the analog stick will be above your D-pad. It should be much more comfortable for you to use. But that'll be your first risky shuffle of the run. Right, so these next couple of screens, we're intentionally run into these scarecrows to try and get some items dropped. Also, because of a wall that's going to be coming up, you may as well do this on the way in at least, because how that works, once I get through, because of this wall in particular. Because the way the charge works, for every enemy you hit, it stuns you slightly, so it gives you a slight delay within each hit. But the more consecutive hits you get, the more the more closed up that becomes, and eventually it gets to a point where it doesn't delay you at all, so you can just run through. And because of this wall here is why you may as well attack those scarecrows. You've got potential of getting a couple of drops. In this case, I got one piece of food, so extra security, I guess. Oh yeah, the camera's mirrored, is it? Oh, balls. Whoops. My bad. Oh, you kind of got the gist, I hope. Either way, that'll be my bad for the mirror camera, so my apologies on that. But yeah, this is pretty much why you would go through the enemies. Plus, you've got potential chance of getting item drops as well, which can be useful in the run. If you choose to go for additional gems, just as an extra hint, pretty much around this point, just like 2 blocks in, there's actually a floor here. And you have 20 gems to the right, and 20 gems to the left. So, I'm going to be collecting more gems than I usually would in a run, just for the purpose of picking up as many items as I can, so I can show different aspects of boss fighting as well. But that's just, if you want additional gems, there is some there. But more times than not, you should at least meet the gem quota that you want for the first shot. More times than not. 69 height, brilliant! So, alright, so first up you just run up Squid Barrow and you talk to him, now you can get into the sewer area. Right, now fortunately you only need 3 flesh pops for this category to pay Bolo off. Just under here is actually a hidden block. So you could usually just, you can do this one of 2 ways. You can either use your cannon to break the block. Now that's one way of doing it. I'm not sure if the block's still going to be there for me to give this example. Another way is you're using your scimitar to fall down and just smack it that way. So it's literally down to preference for that, but the aim is to break that block to get you over a bit quicker, save you some time. Now you want 3 flesh pops, but you're aiming to try and do this with just the 2 snakes. Now the method we use for this is a ceiling trap. So you want to wait for the snakes to be under these floor ceilings and use your scimitar to bounce off of them. What this actually does, it causes multiple hits on the snake, and the game registers each of those hits as a kill because the snakes have low health. And with each kill has a potential chance of dropping an item. I believe it's around 50% drop, and they only drop flesh pops, these guys. So you're hoping to get 3 out of them. So that was a multiple hit, and I got 2 out of him, which was quite fortunate. And just wait for him. Hope to at least have 3 by this point. If you have the 3, if you manage to get the full 3 in or more, you can move over to the left here and start making your move on. If under any circumstance you don't, then ideally you want to drop down here, risky shuffle through. You can try and get a drop from one of these, and as soon as you get the 3rd, then you can start moving back up, back over, and then move over, jump all the way over to the left and go to the next part. But before I do that, just going to show it in full motion, because dependent on what the first snake does is dependent for me on where I go at what points to try and save time. If he shimmies, I will jump over him and go down. If he does that, I'll intentionally drop down here, go for the flesh pops here, come back up. He should be under the roof. Then I can go for his flesh pops. I mean, that's just it's not a major thing to do, but it's just throwing ideas out there. Hopefully this time he'll just move. If he does that, then I'll stay up here with him, take him down, fall down. He should still be under the roof, just got to watch out for the rats. Get him, jump up here, grab the chain, then you can move forward. And again, you can do that in one of 2 ways. You can either go for that no shot by timing your cannons up, or you can just jump onto this platform, hit that, fall down, and then you can get the next piece of item. As I've got plenty of food here, I'm going to show a trick that has been used for the last few months, I believe, so as animation skipping, because usually when you collect an item, you go through the item fanfare, and that takes about 6 seconds. Consuming an item, usually for the item animation, is about 3 seconds, so in effect you're eliminating 3 seconds from your run. By doing this, making sure your item's highlighted. As soon as you jump on the item, you mash your shoulder buttons. In my case it's L1 and R1, depends on what your button layout is. If you're using an Xbox pad, it'll be like left trigger, right, well, yeah, left trigger, right trigger, sorry. Because when you've got an item highlighted and you use those 2 buttons, it uses the item that's in your inventory. But the idea is to not miss it like that. Fucking hell. Then you can eat, you're basically eating the item, I guess, but it's also collecting left bumper LBLR, really? Weird. So you use both the left sides for that? Okay. Didn't know that. I thought it would have been a similar aspect. That's just a quick showing of animation skipping on item collections. Really, you'd only do that if your item setup works for you, which I'll try and explain a bit more on later when it comes to item management. Alright, so you want to talk to Bolo, you'll give away the 3 flesh pops you get. So you'll then get the royal key. That allows you to get into this, get into here. Now you can go ahead and get your first map, which will allow you to enter Saliva Island. So once you've spoken to him, you just move over here. As soon as you get the circle up, I generally use the ladder as my guide, but as long as you're within this vicinity, you can hit the circle, get your map, and then you're off. Just a note with risky shuffling as well. I mean, you can do risky shuffling however you wish, but I mean, I've seen people who will just start to keep the shuffle there before they charge. But when you get used to the game, you get used to certain things and knowing how much distance engaging you can do. So you don't necessarily need to do a full like back and forth risky shuffle here. You can just hold your left, do a quick pull on the shuffle, and you'll be right by the door area to be able to charge through. But again, that just comes down with getting used to the run. Right, so there was something I actually forgot to do first, admittedly, because I was too busy explaining on this part, but usually actually before you go in there you want to actually go speak to Squid Baron. The lamppost before the door is a guideline I use, but you can do this again in many ways. If you want, you can just run past it and just hop over there. You can just cannon up to make sure. You will never go past him anyway, there's always an invisible wall here, so even if you're too high you can just smack your scimitar down before you speak to him. But the guideline I generally use is that lamppost. As soon as you just passed it, tap, jump, keep a hold of your hat, and you should land right by him. But yeah, you're supposed to do that before you go into the palace. So my apologies for getting that the wrong way round. Yes, Moni. What are you doing? Oh, okay, that's fine. Yeah, as I say, first time doing a tutorial thing, so that was just me messing up the order. But yeah, just to say again, I'll just do it in the right order now, without whilst everything's already in place. But yeah, once you come out of the sewers, you'll come over here, you'll talk to Bolo, you give the free flesh box to get the key. Then you run over, get over to Squid Baron and talk to him. Then you want to head up. Then you can head over to the palace and then do that section. Now, once the talk's done, you can hop over if you wish. You can just keep hold of the hat button and just glide over this gap as well if you wish. There's no real way of doing it. Then you speak to the door. Then you go ahead and do what I mentioned there. Then when you come back out, you just want to run over, and you can make your way back to the beginning of the area. Just making sure to avoid these guys. But there's no harm in hitting them. You're not going to lose any time for hitting them. It's just you won't get any drops. Unless you have a pipe ball to use, then you can go with that. Again, it's optional whether or not you go ahead and run into these enemies or not on the way back. You'll lose like half a second to a second by doing so, but there's still a chance of getting some drops. But scarecrows are usually very stingy. When you come in here, you just want to jump all the way up to the top because you want to make sure you get to Sky. Again, as I say, there's more than one way of doing it. You don't have to go jumping straight away. You can go from underneath if you want. But we talked to Sky pretty much to return the library card. She gives us 100 gems, which we would use towards the shopping. Now, I know I've got 180 gems here, but usually you'd be aiming for around 120 for this category. The extra gems is just security if you want that extra bit of security just in case. But you usually want just the 120 will get you the shop list that you're after. More times than not, I generally end on about 140-ish. So at least I've got some extra gems for leading up to the next part. Because again, the way I'm going to be showing you is for an item pickup in the shop at the next shop, not this one, that I generally use to eliminate some RNG, so to speak. Once you're done with Sky, you can go ahead and start your first shop. Hey, Joe, welcome to the stream. You're doing well, sits at the desk. Don't take too many notes from me. I'm already blundering the order. Right, so your first shopping, you want 3 flares and you want a super pipe ball. Your 3 flares, that'll just help you to escape the islands quicker. Saves you a good amount of time. Super pipe ball you'll be saving for a boss a bit later on in the run. Otherwise, that boss in particular becomes a nightmare. So I believe I've covered Scuttletown pretty well. Or well enough, I think. I don't know if I missed anything out, but that'll be Scuttletown done for now. And you can make your way over to Saliva Island. Right, just to note, at the beginning of every island, you'd usually be doing a rescue shuffle to get your charge up and ready to manoeuvre over. Again, you can just shuffle on the spot if it makes you feel more comfortable, or you can just do a quick shuffle, engage through. Right, again, just to show a couple of different examples. The way I did that screen there was essentially I hit 2 crabs to try and get maybe a bubble drop, which is one of the main items you want in the run, although there is other opportunities to get them, so it's not a big deal if you don't. If you choose not to, you could just fly over everything. As I say, there's different ways of doing each section. You don't have to stick to the same method every time. I mean, you could do it as well without the cannon if you really want to. That's just an example of just basically saying each screen you can do a different way, but they just pretty much want to get across, hit what you choose to, try and get certain drops. Now you'll come and jump over here, you'll come to this section. Some people do tend to go up and over completely, which is perfectly fine, but there's a hidden section here. Crouch and jump to drop through, just move over to the right, brings you over. You want to hit this switch ready. That opens the doors down here. I'll try not to die as I'm trying to kill things as well. That opens this up for when you exit the island. So that's pretty much what that switch will do. From there you want to come up and over to the right. And again, different ways of doing it. That's generally the way I tend to go by it. I mean, the enemies are not in my way now, so this can be done differently. I mean, if you wanted, you could just jump your way over to here and then jump up. Well, you just want to come up to this section, charge all the way to the right. When you get past this screen, you just let go of your directional pad and hit circle. You'll be in the right position to talk to Twitch or Vinegar. I still cannot remember the order of who they are. And as you notice, there's a nice piece of meat over there that just randomly spawned. I wonder if that has any effect to the run. Of course it does. So you want to keep hitting this to produce the hand stink. It's 6 strikes in quick succession. 3, 4, 5, 6. Hand stink will appear. Use your lamp to absorb it. Now we can go speak to old Gigalumix. And just come up through the floor here. Time your cannons right. You should be able to reach each platform that you want. And then you come up to Gigalumix. Now again, this could be done. There is a trick here which I don't tend to get all the time, but I will at least mention it and try and get it just to show you what it is and what it actually does. It's a small time save if you get it right, but the idea is to try and, as you jump up through the floor, is to position yourself as you're falling right. So when you talk to the Gigalumix, you'll fall, and you'll literally fall down there as you're talking to him. I mean, in that case, I failed it. So I'm not going to activate him yet. So I'm going to try and get it just to show it. That is unfortunately a side effect of what could happen if you mess it up. You can just fall down and lose time, so it's a risk-reward type trick if you want to go for it. There we go, got it. That's pretty much what you're looking for if you're going for this. This is to skip the animation of the hand stink going into the Gigalumix's nose. Because if you talk to him normally and let the cutscene play out, you got to wait for the hand stink to travel over to him. He'll absorb it and then he'll start blinking before he opens his mouth and lets the saliva out to advance the story. If you can get this trick, it'll skip the hand stink going up his nose. The blink skip, on the other hand, is a much easier trick to pull off. Once you hit Stink It Up, you'll have the next text box. Once you skip that, and it's basically saying gives hand stink, you want to pause and unpause the game 3 times in quick succession. and that will all work together. The handstand skip happens because I've done that cut trick, and the pause mashing for 3 pauses skips in from actually blinking. Between them, they're both like 3 to 4 seconds each, so it's a good 6-7 seconds you could potentially save in your run. But the blink skip you can get consistently. The cut is something I'd say once you get more used to it, more used to the game, then have a look at doing that trick. But if you do the cut, you have to make sure to jump up so you can hit the lone zone again. And then you can fall down. And then these ladies will have a nice little bathe. Bloody hell, it's taken me over 43 minutes to get to this part. My god, I'm a bad speedrunner. Thought I'd point that out for random shits and giggles. Right, so once you've got that done, you can start making your way back to the left. You want to get back to the room where you hit that switch, and you want to go all the way down and to the right. Now that's the ideal way of getting down here, but it's a case of getting the timing right for that. It's to be fairly honest, I don't always get that time, but you want to try and fall off the edge and fall through this gap at the right angle. If you go too early, you'll end up on this block, which I probably can't do now. I'm trying to actually do it on purpose. There we go. If you go too late, you'll hit the enemy, which will do something like that. As a backup for that, if you feel as though you're going to be going too far out, or even if you feel as though you've got it right, I would suggest just before you getting around that line with the enemy, you can do what's known as stun locking. Stun locking, in effect, is you're taking damage anyway, but if you take damage just after you hair whip, instead of knocking you backwards, Shantae will stun in the air, and then you can move across. So in that event, that was a bad example. Thank God I got plenty of food. When I try to give examples, I can't do it. So it stuns you like that. Then you can just keep holding right and go through. Then you just got to come over, talk to this guy, and you can then get started with the first area, well, the first lab of the game. Ooh. Should have raced me to this. Fucking what? Racing a tutorial? That's not fair. Whoopsie. Right, so your first den of evil, the first thing you want to do is you actually want to go into a hidden area of the run. Or the game, actually, I should really say. Because what you're aiming to do this early on is you're trying to stockpile keys for the stealth temple, which comes up later on Tan Line Island. Just beyond here is a hidden area. So you want to risky shuffle again. No, I said you want to risky shuffle again. Break through the left. And that brings you into a hidden area, which is a replica, sort of the first lab of the original Game Boy Color Shantae game. Right, and then you just got to get over to the right, and you want to go right and up. So with risky shuffle here, jump and glide, tap, cannon, glide, release, so you can keep your charge. But at least that's one way of doing it. Again, if you're not too worried about getting too much major precise, and I'll just simply say, if she does a shuffle, just run, jump, glide, cannon, and just keep a hold of your hat. So just cannon, hat, and then just as you're starting to go a bit lower, just hit your cannon again, hold hat. You'll bonk your head, but you should make it over no problem. But if you can get the release timing right, you should land around here. You'll keep your charge, just saves you a second maybe there. Then you can make your way up here, jump across, open the chest, get your first key stockpiled up and ready. Right, there is 2 keys you want though. So now you want to fall down, try to avoid the spike pillars as you can. You can curve around these little blocks with a bit of time, but you just want to aim just to get down here. I mean, for other runners as well, what we'd want to do, or what you're aiming to do, is you're trying to stockpile gems. There's 20 gems guaranteed through this gap here. There's also a small pot like this on the other side where you can get either a heart or a potential chance of 5 gems. It's up to you if you want to go for that. But if you just want the main gems that are guaranteed, you just want to shoot your pistol twice and then continue on with the run. If you go for the third pot, then you want, as soon as you hit the third pistol strike, you want to move quickly because it's not on screen at the moment. So by the time you move over, down and over to the left, the bullet will travel with it and it will hit the pot. But there's no guarantee you're going to get a 5 gem. So I would usually go for the gem anyway. So 1, 2, 3, just fall off, hold your hat, and you can come under here. Using jump and shot to break that open, then you can use your lamp to absorb everything that's been broken. And that's also another useful thing to keep in mind. For stuff like gems, hearts and such, whether you break them open, you don't have to run into them physically to collect them. You can use your lamp and that will collect them up for you. Then you can make your way over here. Over to the left, just do yourself a quick shuffle. Jump over, make sure you get into that mouth. That'll fire you up here. Fall down. And there's a key there. There's your second key that you're after. And that's pretty much what you're coming down here for. There's also, when you jump down, you open the chest, jump and fire, so you can break that pot, collect its gems, or if you wish, once you fall down, you can hit it there, then jump over, hit the chest, collect the gems, and then you can get your key, and then you're pretty much done. But you've got to remember to collect these gems along your run as well. They will be important if you want to do certain shops, and if you want to collect or eliminate certain RNG elements. Like the way I'm doing it is intentionally so I can pick up a super monster milk, which will be one of my milks eliminated from the run. Once you've done that, you come down this hole, just as soon as you fall, just hold left, you're going to intentionally basically fall into a pit to get you back at the start of the area, so you can now exit and you can do the lab itself. Again, if you want to jump over these enemies, it's up to you, but there's a chance of monster milk and food drops. Right, here there's 2 ways of going about it. There's a way that there's the way I do the run, there's the way that it used to be done before. Now this is pretty much just down to one other key that you need to collect for the run, and you can either collect it in this lab or the next. Now I would say go for the one in the second lab, which I'll explain a bit later my reasons why. But if you choose to go for the one in here, you basically just want to come down to the right, follow it through, take that bat out, hit them switches. I mean, I suppose if you do come here, there's at least an extra pot here that you can collect as well, just to give yourself some extra gems. And you have to get the key in here with this wet man. Pretty much I would just say, just keep him to the right and cannon strike him as best as you can, just to score multiple damage. Try not to land on his head like I am, this is a very bad example of it. But pretty much the idea is that because after each 3 cannon strikes you land on him, he will get ready to charge. So you pretty much want to jump, get your cannon strikes in, and intentionally hover yourself to the right, so it will intentionally force him to aim to the right. So you keep him on one side and constantly score the damage. Then you can collect your key here. But that's if you wish to do this way. It's either this key or one other key later. You don't need to get both. I better just make that clear now, because I don't want people complaining that they've got one key too many. Yeah, once you got that, then you just cannon yourself up, and then you can come over there, open the door, and you're sorted. If you choose not to go for that key and you go for the key later, you just want to walk in, hold on to the hat button so you hover over, and you can open the door. Then again, you want to come up and to the left. Again, there's more different ways. You can just do the one I did, come onto this platform and then jump up and over, smash these pots. Or you can get onto this lip and then curve yourself up. There is no real time difference between the two. It's just, again, down to preference. But you've got to watch out for the crab here if you go for this ledge. But I want all the keys. If you want to go for all the keys, you can. But you don't need both of them. That's why the 2 keys in the hidden lab is a must. But that key I just collected, if you go for that one, then the key that I'm going to get in the second lab, which I'll state which one it will be, you don't need to collect. But I would suggest going for the other key. As I say, I'll explain when I get there my reasons behind that. Right, now all you want to do here is you pretty much want to get that switched over, jump up, shoot, and that'll get you over onto this side. You can move over. I mean, that's the more comfortable way of doing it. Jump up, whip, jump, fire your pistol through there, and you're across. The way I tend to do it, the way several people do it, it's slightly faster, but also from what I do, I intentionally break this pot here with my cannon for a potential 5 gem. I'm just going to reset the room. But, oh, wait a minute. You're not supposed to be there. Let's put that back. But the way some of us tend to do it, we'll jump up, we'll hit that, fall down, break that pot, jump up, hit the switch there with the pistol, and then I'm across, and then I can move over, jump up, and through to the left. Here you just want to go up and to the left again. Comfortable way is landing onto this platform first before jumping all the way up and across. Another way of doing it is running in and using your hat just to float over a bit and 3 cannon strikes, and then you can get onto this top section here. Oh, don't do that to yourself, Coil. Don't do yourself to that, Coil. And I say that just as I'm about to vape. So sorry. And my vape is not working either. Fuck you, vape work. This is going to be one fucked up tutorial. Right, the next room you've got a battle to deal with 2 wetmen. Now, what you want to try and do in this room is get both the wetmen onto one side of the wall, so you can attack both of them at the same time with your scimitar. Once you've killed one of them, you can then proceed to get down, then cannon strike to get a quicker kill on them, or to do it in a more comfortable way. Once you've got them both in the corner and you're using your scimitar, just stay scimitaring until they're dead. That way, you should be more comfortable and be able to take them both down. But the idea is, once you get into the room, once they spawn, you want to start getting the damage off. So, start the striking, let them come over to you, then you can just bounce scimitar off the head. As I say, the easier way is just stay there. You don't need to move. It takes longer to do it like that, but that will just pretty much ensure that you get them down. Even if you don't want to go for that quick damage I did at the first part of the fight, you don't have to. You can always just jump over him, maybe give him a whip just to encourage him. They should both get ready to charge over, then you just get yourself in the air, scimitar down, and keep bouncing on them. Otherwise, usually once you've got the kill on the first, you usually fall over here, and then like I did with that one key room, you just want to jump, cannon strikes, keeping the wetman onto that one side of the room to score as much damage as you can to get it through a bit quicker. Here, just stick to the right hand side of the wall, cannon up, shoot that pot, absorb it, more gems in your pocket. Right, now I'm putting a save here just so I could at least, that's it. But Cyclops Plant fights is be one of your first main bosses, apart from Armor Baron. Again, I'm going to try and show 1 or 2 different ways, but there's not many different methods to really take it on. Take on the Cyclops Plant. If you want health, which I'm going to collect here, you got them in those pots there. Usually before each boss there's a save guide, except for one of the boss fights, so you can always get health just before. Some boss fights by their main doors there will be some full health heart regenerations that will help. Right. The idea behind Cyclops Plant is you want to get yourself, throughout the entire fight, continuously trapped between the eyeball and the roof. Phase 1 is pretty much he will stay in that one spot in the air. You want to get the curve right. You can either go through the left side or the right side, it's entirely up to you. But the idea is to get yourself trapped in between him and the roof. To score multiple damage like this. Then you can move yourself over to either the left or right, again, depends on your preference. And try and get your positioning right. Then the idea, watch the eyeball, cannon yourself up, get trapped between the roof like so. Try not to fall. And obviously, if you fall, then you just have to rectify yourself accordingly. That's one way of going about it. If you'll let me pause. There you go. For the second phase, if you go for the roof trap, if you notice on the floor, there's 2 different like platform areas where they're different colour to the rest of the room. Those grey sections, there's a couple of little lines in between each of them. The line that's in the middle, you want to just be just to the right of that if you're going from the right side, or just to the left of it if you're on the left side, to get your positioning right for striking the eyeball. Your cannon timing is pretty much just down to practice for that, but the idea is then to just stay in that one line, cannon up, try and hit him with the cannon a few times if you can. If not, just try and make sure you time it so by the time you're hitting the roof, the eyeball's coming up with you. Hit your scimitar, you should be able to score multiple bounces, getting yourself trapped between the roof and the eyeball to take him down.
And the Pirate's Curse.
I'm using that file, am I? Yeah, that's one way of going about it. If you don't feel comfortable with the scimitar trap, then you want to be pretty much using your cannonball timing to score as much damage as you can. I would at least recommend you try and get at least used to phase 1, because that eliminates the phase quicker. If you really can't, then you could just do stuff like that. Just try and avoid him. 3 on one side, 3 on the other. And again, with this one, you can just wait for him to come to you. Double strikes, as long as you time it right. Get a couple of strikes in. But as I said, this is actually the method that's usually used for normal mode. But if you don't feel comfortable going for the scimitar roof traps, this is another way of going about it. Not necessarily as fast, but again, as I say, if you don't feel comfortable going for that roof trap, then that is a way of doing it. Phase 1, yeah, jump to one side, time your cannons right, get 3 strikes in, land, let the laser fire so it doesn't get trapped in your way, move over to the left, and then do the same on the left side. You should be able to score the damage in before he cocoons in. And that'll take phase 1 down, and then second phase again is just timing it right, getting 2 whips in per round to score as much damage as you can. There's one other thing I'm going to mention with phase 2, but it's not always a guarantee. And all I'll say is listen out, because when the phase 2 begins, the boss music starts again. Pretty much you use a sound cue there to determine when the eyeball's about to move. But it's RNG whether or not he's going to move to your side or the other side. If he moves to the other side, then there's nothing you can do about that. But if he moves to your side, once you hear that sound cue and you know where it is, you can jump and time straight away and then go straight for the roof trap, rather than waiting for him. So I'll try and show roughly where that sound cue is. Just get past phase 1 first. Alright, so listen out. And I'll say now roughly when he does it. Now. And then fuck up! I'm going to at least get this right once. Well, I'm going to have one more attempt at getting it right once, just to show what the main way of doing the fight is, but obviously I'm kind of botching right now. Booty hips! Booty hips! You like bouncing around? Well, we all do. I mean, it's one of the main methods, and cheers for the host, chap. Appreciate it, buddy. But the first method through to the fight is, hopefully, is thus. Cut through, curve on him, and get him. Then listen out for the sound cue. Now. Down. But that sound cue is just to use. I mean, on both of those examples, he went to the left, where I'm standing at the right, so it didn't give me any advantage. But if he'd have gone to the right, because I know where the sound cue is, I'm already jumping, I can go straight into cannon in and be in the right spot for him, ready to scimitar and take him down. Are you being serious, chap? If you am, I will do it once more. So please tell me before I move on. Was he being serious? Jab.
Oh yeah. I did it.
Even though, fuck it, I'll do it once more for you then. I don't mind. I'll say the whole point of this is to do a tutorial, so if it helps, I'll go once more, just to give the example. Hey, Noy, welcome. Hope you're doing well, buddy. I suppose this also helps just to get that sound cue right again for him. So phase 1, jump up, move over, curve, scimitar. Now, and there he is, he went to the right, so I'll go straight into him. And down he goes. But that's the fast way of taking out the Cyclops plant. But as I showed earlier, there's also an alternate method if you don't feel comfortable with trying to bounce on him. Phase 1, just move over to one side, jump up, get 3 whips in on the eyeball, drop down, wait for the laser to shoot, move over to the other side, hit him 3 more times, get phase 1 down, and then just try and score as many double whips as you can to get through. Right, and then you just got to exit out of here. We do have flares, but for this run, you don't want to use a flare on this island. It's only a 4-second time save overall, and you can save more time using the flare on the other islands rather than this one. So for exiting out, you want to jump up here, do your risky shuffle, and then start to move over. If you feel gutsy about it, it's relatively tight, but you could go with a shuffle on the edge here, and then jump up to go through that way. But I would say, come up here, shuffle through, hold your hat button ready, so you can just escape that heart. You'll come through him, just jump yourself up and over, and you're here, and you're out of the island. Right, spider web. Does anybody want to do a tutorial for this island? Because I don't know if I want to do it. I made that joke the other day, but that's fine. Right, again, beginning of the island, you want to get the risky shuffle ready, so you can go. Get ready to jump up, and then you can just land and go straight across the floor if you wish, or you can continue to hover, it's your call. Once you get into here, you're going up. Now the thing is, in that room, in the next room, or in this room, there's ghosts that can randomly spawn. And they will randomly spawn in particular points. From what I've noticed at least, where they spawn is somewhat random. It's like the ghost that spawns up here, he could spawn close here, he could spawn over to the right, but he should at least have sort of like a vicinity around them, I believe, where they can spawn. And then it's a case of reacting accordingly to evade them. I generally go over here, get onto this branch, move over to the far right of this branch, let that go spawn, then depends on where he spawns. If he spawns to the far right, cannon up and go over him. If he spawns to the left, just fall off the branch and cannon under. Then you can move on to here. Do another risky shuffle just to come up and over. Scimitar the block, because you want this chest, which is the fossil. Although if you don't want to do that, I mean, you don't necessarily have to risky shuffle here. If you really would rather just walk across, you can just walk across, just evade everything in your path, and then hit the block. I mean, there's no harm in breaking both blocks here as well, but for the next part, I would recommend keeping this block alive if you can. It gives you more room for a risky shuffle to be able to move forward into the next area. But you want to pick this up, like the squid oil earlier in the run. This is for a use later, so it's something you want to get now, really. Apparently. Oh, okay, that's a different chat. Yeah, as soon as you get that fossil, that pink guy on the tree would usually be at the bottom. You would just land. So you pretty much normally you'd want to jump up and you could do a shuffle here if you've got that block. If not, you could just move all the way over to the right. Then you've got more ghosts here, but these don't usually get in the way. Just try and stay sort of like mid-range of the branch towards the left. Cannon up 3 times to land onto this branch, then 1 2-tap cannon, 1 strong 2-tap to get here. Again, the risky shuffle isn't mandatory, but you can risky shuffle forward. And then we're here. Oh, Run, how do we love you. There's only one positive thing that can be said about Run. It doesn't matter which category you run. The strategy to it is no different. Hey, Hover, welcome to stream. Hope you're doing well. But to be fair, with Run, there's not much really to note in terms of tech. But pretty much you want to keep yourself consistently moving because there's going to be spike pillars that are, I believe, are on a global timer, or they're on some form of timer. So you want to keep your movement going for them. Apart from that, it's mainly down to memorization. So knowing what's where, what could pop up at what point, so you know how to adjust and evade accordingly for each section. I can actually learn the run now, God. Yeah, well, an attempt of it. I don't know how well I'm doing, but I'm trying to explain what I can, trying to offer a couple of different alternatives. I've already asked if I've missed it. If there's anything that anyone who knows the game feels as though I've missed out, feel free to speak up and let me know. And then I can try and explain that as well. Right, so Run. Pretty much to say, you want to just keep yourself constantly moving and knowing what's where. So you don't have to worry about them. After the second batch of hands, there'll be a hand that'll pop up. Just jump over him and make sure you jump just at the end of that branch to avoid the hand that's on the floor here. Do you want to see tongues? You may do, because I'm going to use stubborn factor regardless. And again, come onto here, jump up here, evade those hands. Just want to cut through, fall down and jump again, jump again. Now for this bit, you want, some people, and I've even done this before, try and jump from here, but you'll never make the platform and you'll risk hitting the hand. So you want to fall off and then jump directly afterwards. So once you fall, jump, and you're on here. Right, next we have the tongues. This is where I would usually call our stubborn factor. First part is what's known as gatekeeper. He's random as to whether or not his tongue's going to come out relatively quick or relatively slow. You can risk trying to run past him, and it is possible to get by him without getting hit. But if you feel more comfortable, you can just go ahead, jump up. You can wait for him before then passing on. Usually, as I've said, I'm a stubborn person, so I'll just go straight for it. And that's what I get for it. That's the risk you take if you decide to just go straight for it. Then you get to here. Right, now this is going to be awkward for me to try and do and explain slightly, because the idea is to try and keep yourself moving constantly, but at the same time you've got to know where to release. The idea of getting around the tongues, again, you can either intentionally wait just to get by. There's no harm in doing that. Wait a bit longer, turkey. So the simple way of doing it is to, as I say, just stop, wait. Don't need to take any chances. Just time yourself through. Wait for the tongues. Let them drop. This is the one exception. You can just come straight to the right. This one you can evade easily every time. So when he's active, just move to the right. Once you've hit the wall, you can just press jump and you're up. And then again, wait for that tongue. I'm going to intentionally get hit here, so it sends me back to the start. Wait for him, and then you can move. If you want to go for the skips, the idea is just at the edge of each area, you want to stop and release your directional. Some people do tend to pull back left. I generally just release and let my character drop before I start moving again. But that, again, is a timing thing. Because I stood still, I don't think I'm getting past Gatekeeper. I'm getting past him. Stubborn Factor is ready, but you want to basically stop, drop, then you can move. You've got to wait for him. Move, and I've missed it, so I've got no choice but to wait. If you ever miss, and you end up on an edge like that, don't try and curve it. Because I can pretty much guarantee as soon as you try and curve it, it'll catch you as like so. So if you miss it, just wait. That is what I would recommend. So much tongues. I'm making so many people happy. Stop, drop and roll. No. So stop at the edge, move over. Once you've dropped, you can start to run straight away. Just make sure you touch each of the edges on the right before you jump again, so you don't hit the tongue. If you end up waiting for the tongue, you can use the tongue's animation to actually gauge how long it's going to be. So as soon as it drops, it'll shimmy about 3 times. So it'll be like drop, 1, 2, 3, and it'll go up. So that's another way of timing it. But there's all those cuts there you could take if you wish. The next screen It has one cut and it also has a shimmy. I'm not going to do the shimmy just yet, but you can cut there. I didn't even do the shimmy. What happened? Game, you're lying to me. Usually you're supposed to shimmy here to activate that tongue at the bottom. So I mean, that's what I was going to try to show. So I mean, normally if you just run through, you'll have to wait for this guy no matter what. I'm just going to take a tongue death just to please people. But otherwise, the idea is to drop down. You do a shimmy here, it should activate the one at the bottom. And if you get the cut there, you should be able to go straight through. But as again, if you don't get the cut, if you just miss it, just wait. Let the tongue do its thing. Then when you get down here, wait for that tongue. Don't risk it. Right, then you got this. This, not much you can do about it. This is a waiting game. You just pay attention to the spikes. That's one of the exceptions, actually. Because you can just run through. So if I just do that again. When this spike goes up, Turkey, you're really bad at this. Yeah, as soon as that spike goes up, you just go for it. Just hold left and go. You can hop just to be safe, but you should be able to get past that spike pillar, continue running, and then get yourself over here. And then you can just wait. But yeah, that one particular spike, just as soon as it goes up, start moving. As long as you've got the time right, you should be able to get past all the spikes. Again here, not much you can do. You've got to wait for blower timers anyway. This will be a part where you just wait up here. Wait for the hand to swipe to the right when the pillars are open, so you can get through there and not risk getting hit by the hand. Jump up here again, just to avoid everything. Alright, so next screen, there's a couple of things you can do. Drop down, come up, curve around that tongue, and that'll put you in position here. Just got to wait for the spikes. In any run, usually, you'd have no choice but to wait for those spikes. There's not much you can do about that. If you feel very risky about it, but there's no real point because you've got to wait for the spikes anyway, you could try and jump over the hand, and it is doable. Although I haven't done it in a very long time. Well, I'm pretty sure it's doable. I'm pretty sure I've done it before. But I wouldn't recommend it because you've got to wait for the spikes anyway. That tongue, I will at least say, when you go for the cut for that, he's more lenient than the others. So he's actually more of a comfortable one to cut by. Then just wait for the spikes and move forward. Really? Puns in a tutorial? God damn you, Chuck. Right, now we've got these tombstones here with some bugs inside. When they stand up is RNG. However, what we do know is which ones have the potential to stand up. So this is where some of the memorization comes into it. These two will never stand up. These cluster of 5 is always two and well, this cluster of 4, sorry. It's always that one. So you want number 2 for there. So 2 out of 4 for that one. That one on the little ledge here will all no, not that one. Sorry, the one in the middle here. I can't remember myself now. Well, it's amazing when you actually try and remember this stuff, you don't know what you're talking about, but when you just do a run, you know it, like that. Have you? Oh, sorry, my bad. But yeah, as I was saying, you come in here, it's always tombstone number 4, which would always be here. Tombstone number 2, sorry, fuck me. Learn to talk, Turkey. Tombstone number 2, drop on here, it's always the middle tombstone there, so you just go onto that lip and jump over. None of these will stand up. This is the cluster of 5 I was meant to mean, that's 2 and 4 again. And with this cluster, it's always the 2 in the middle. Here, that will stand up. But as I say, it's random as to whether or not they will, or when they will. So once you know which ones have the potential, just always remember to jump over those ones consistently, and you should be fine, essentially. I'm just going to take a hit just to reset the room. I'm going to reset the room as well, just to show it in full motion. But they're the ones you want to always avoid. So even if they don't stand up like there, you're at least going to be safe. With this one's a bit tougher, you want to get in there, do a strong vertical jump just in case they try and pinch here, which is a risk. Then jump over them too, and you can move on. Hop onto this edge, jump vertical and delay, because he has that risk of standing up and running into you, and you don't want that. When you're starting out, don't do a stake jump. Stake jump is basically doing this and being very risky. Just jump over the gap. That tombstone will stand up. Basically, all the tombstones in this room have a chance of standing up. Here's another stake jump. But again, I wouldn't advise doing stake jumps in a general run because it doesn't save you any time. It's just for fun and show, so just do a strong jump over there, you can get through. Right, so you've got kissy robots now. Just make sure to jump up the platforms, follow the path, tap jump here, strong jump onto there, jump over to the right. Yeah, this room is pretty much just follow the path, just curve around certain things like that to avoid them. When you get to here, you want to jump onto the platform that's just above me, then jump to the far left. That'll activate him, jump over to the right, and then you can jump back over to the left to evade him that way. You can also just stand there, wait for him, time it and jump. Or you can just wait here and wait for him to completely get past before you go across. Again, follow the path. Get onto this platform. So you avoid them. Learn to platform preferably. And then here you can time your jumps with these little... Let's jump over him. You can time your jumps with these little nibs here on the edge of ears just to get through the jump for like very fraction of a second, or you can just run and drop. Either way is fine, you should have no worries about getting caught by anything. If you don't want your run very far, hey, that's only a rule for veterans, not for people getting into the game. We're not going to be that cruel to them, are we? Surely. Right, this room, again, it's very straightforward. Every tombstone has a chance of standing up, but there's only 3. So just jump over all of them, and you should be fine. Yeah, just cut yourself around and through. You can go wide on all of them if you want, or again, you can just move over here to activate him, then wait. But if you want to go straight through it, as soon as you get to the edge, just hold left until you fall down. Then the same again here, just to get through here. Alright, Sperm Snakes. Strong jump just by him. He shouldn't stand up. Just stand in front of him just to reach the jump there, and you can make it across there. You know, you have to watch out for them because, well, you know, of course, Sperm Snakes, they're evil. Let's take some sperm. But again, just want to jump, do a strong jump in front of him. As you're running into the room, he'll never stand up. If you delay yourself, then you've got to watch yourself because they may do something like that and have you. But otherwise, you should be able to just strong jump there, tap jump him. Then you want to tap jump onto the edge in front of that snake on the far left, so you can put yourself in position to jump onto the next section. And then just do a strong jump. As long as you do all that in continuation, you should be fine. Fall through. Okay, with this one you can strong jump him. Now the gates of hell, they may be open for you, so sometimes you can just run straight over and skip a cycle, but that's down to the game. But if not, then you've got to wait for it. Oh wow. That's what you call getting screwed. Coming up is what's also known as the taco jump. Which, again, I wouldn't recommend going for, but if you wish, you can hop onto here, then gauge what he does. Now, he went for a full jump there. The thing with doing that particular trick, it's only for about a second, I believe, half second to a second. But you run that risk, because that particular snake may extend all the way up, and you've got to then gauge for him accordingly. So you've got to be prepared to basically jump vertically, as strong as you can, and then keep your eye on that snake and then curve accordingly. If he stays low, then you can curve sooner. But otherwise, if you want to play safe... I didn't reset the runes, that's my fault. If you want to play safe, then the idea for that is to not worry about doing that particular trick. Watch out for these sperm snakes because they can be RNG as well. You can just run up there, wait for him to do his thing, then strong jump up and over. Alright, then we got the final room, which is down to everything. Everything that comes into play. Now you want to keep this going in one continuous strain as well, because you're aiming to skip a cycle. All the tombstones can activate, so be prepared to jump over all of them. Right, the timing on the tongues comes important here. As soon as the spikes drop, go near. 1, 2, 3, move. Tap jump up. 1, 2, 3, move. You should beat that spike cycle there. Curve yourself around all of these, and you just tap jump all of these. Pay attention to the tombstones, try to avoid the tongues, do a strong jump at the end, and you should be fine. Tongue. Just to show that once more. But yeah, pretty much, as I say, you follow the path, jump up, tap jump there if you wish. Keep the jumps coming on here because you don't want to get hit by sperm. Tap, strong, tap, strong, drop down, wait for the tongue. Right, in this case I'm going to wait for spikes again to show the example. As soon as the spikes are done, move to the tongue. 1, 2, 3, go. Tap up. 1, 2, 3, go. And you can get through there. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, you just wait for the tongs. You can jump up. You may have to stay behind for the one spike that's moved. That's just to the far right of me here. Oh, we'll just do that again, actually, just to... if you don't want to go for that cycle skip. Let's just get back over there. So yeah, if you don't go for that cycle skip, and you take a bit too long, you should still be able to get past that spike at least, but just gauge it, and then you just have to wait for that one. If you don't think you're going to get past that other spike, then just wait for it to drop like that, jump on, wait for the tongue, and then you should be able to get through here. So the timing will still be the same in terms of time, well, in terms of time that it takes to get through, whichever way you go about it, so it's fine doing it either way. And that's Run Run Ruddy Tops for you. God damn that fucking place. Just make sure to jump over the cacklebat, don't tease him though. Right, just run into Abner. Now drops Rotty Tops off, and that's Run Run Rotty Tops all done and done. Maybe you should be doing this part after all. What? The money shot not getting screwed? Maybe. I don't know. I don't know. But even I don't know that much about this game. Anyway. Right, so as soon as you come out the house, you want to get a shuffle started off so you can run through a block and move over to Poe, who's just onto the left. Again, it's up to you how you do it. If you don't feel comfortable gauging the screen, just risk a shuffle on the spot, and that'll get you through. Otherwise, usually you can just do a very quick shuffle. Should give you enough to restore the charge, so you can break that block there. Then you just talk to Poe, skip your text, talk to him again. Now, as earlier on, we got the squid oil early on, so we can now just proceed to give him the squid oil. Christ, this tutorial is actually going to take me longer than I thought. I was thinking 2.5 to 3 hours. It turns out this may be 4. That's fine. So talk to him. He'll bring us back over to the side that we was on just a moment ago with Rotty Tops. He'll proceed to hand over his shriveled thing, which smells, by the way. So just stick that shit in your pocket and try to forget about it. You don't want to know you got someone else's shriveled thing on your person. Then we can make our way to the next lab. So just jump up onto that branch, jump up to the left, charge over, give over the shriveled thing, and now we can begin Cackle Tower. What are you doing, Cackleback? Go away. Ah! Go away! Okay, anyway. Right, Cackle Tower. You begin this tower off with a shuffle again. It's not for much, but you can get a shuffle and break through them for potential gem drops. Just fall through here. Now again, if you time it right, you can get the shuffle and be on this side of those blocks. The problem is if you go for something like that, you run the risk of getting hit. So if you want, you can move forward to activate them, or you can just stay here and do a very quick shuffle to then charge through. And then the idea is to be ready, because the next screen you need to jump automatically. You want to try and get some of these skeletons for item drops if you wish. You can jump over them all as well. If you want to go for those skeletons, you want to go for tap jumps with your cannon. Also to note, because you need to jump straight away in here, you can do a buffer, or an input buffer. So once you've charged through, you can hold the jump button ready. So you will automatically jump, tap jump so you'll hit that skeleton, then just let yourself run forward. Right, now earlier I grabbed a key that I don't personally usually get, but that was just to show one way of going for it. If you've gone for that key, then you want to start making your way up. So you just stick to the left side to start with. 3 cannon strikes. If you get a 5 gem, you can collect it as well, of course. I mean, 5 gems are worth stopping for sometimes. So you get onto that platform, get onto here. So 2 sets of vertical cannon sets of 3. 1 to the right, 1 to the left. Another 2 sets up here. One is 2, one is 3, or you could do both 3s if you want, be along around these platforms, as long as you're around one of them. Then you can jump yourself over here. Then you can pick up the next key that you'll need for the run. But that's if you collect the key from the first lab, from Spinel Maze. If you choose to ignore that and go for the key down here, I don't even have a pipe ball to make it a bit quicker, but if you want to go for the key in here, then you'll ignore the key that I got earlier. And you'll start with this by going down. Do a risky shuffle. Come through this. Jump up. Try and get a pipe ball, ideally. Now, usually in the run, obviously I've messed around with my menu, but usually in the run, if you've not messed around with your menus too much, you should still be hovering over pipe ball. So when it comes to this part, you can activate your pipe ball quickly. But my reason for going for this key, I have 2. One, it's if I don't have the pipe ball, it's roughly the same amount of time to do the run this way as it is to do it by getting the other key. The other reason is one of the enemies in this room, the Bat Lady, has a potential chance of dropping you a Super Monster Milk, a Super Pipe Ball, or a Pirate Flare. But on top of that, she could also drop nothing. But considering you're not going to be losing any time, technically by going this way, and have that chance of a major item, I would suggest taking this route myself. However, I've shown the other way, so at least then you have your options there if you wish. As soon as you enter this room though, you want to start a shuffle. Use your shuffle to kill them 2. Triple cannonball on top of him. You should have your iframes when you jump up there, so you can get the 3 cannonball strikes to take him down. If not, then you can just whip the hell out of him to take him out. Then the Bat Lady will appear. Trigger your pipe ball up, and then just follow her. She will always take the same pattern, so she'll always go there, then she'll go to the right of me. If you've got the pipe ball, she'll die around here, and luckily I've got an item drop. If you don't have the pipe ball, she'll hover over to roughly here, and then you should be able to strike her and put her down pretty quickly. Let me just grab that before it disappears. Now, if this was a run, I'd be very, very happy, because that's the main item I personally want, is a Super Monster Milk. That eliminates some of my RNG aspect. Right, you can then get this key, hit it from underneath, so you're on this floor plane here. Now, this next bit is a little tricky to get sometimes, but you just want to shuffle, triple cannonball at the peaks of each of the cannon strikes and hold your hat. That'll get you into here, because the hat pushes you up a pixel. However, again, if you don't want to worry about getting the spike of your cannons, as long as you reach that platform, you can then just jump up into there and it's not a big deal. But the patterning for this, you want to go vertically up and then move directly to the right. That red mouth will automatically push you up. And again, there's 2 ways of doing it. You can just hold right, cannonball in. Or you can use your hat. So as soon as you hit up here, hold your hat and move right, then cannon up, left, and then you're over here. And then you proceed to move up in a similar fashion, but you'd have to curve this one first, and then from here it's the same as shown before. Move over to the left, bring yourself up twice, into this hole here, and then you can proceed to get the key. There's a tongue, just because I want to make people feel better. Right, from there, just jump up out of that gap over here so you see him at this point. Another advantage as well of having the pipe ball for the Bat Lady, if you get everything in quick succession, that pipe ball will also break some of the containments on your way up, so you've got chances for gems, including this one here. So you can get a couple of extra easy gems. If it breaks it and it's a 5 gem, just quickly hold your lamp, absorb it, then you've got more gems for your run. Then the rest of this is pretty straightforward, because it's just following the path. Just make your way up, follow the route. Here you want to curve around, jump onto that platform and get up. I am going to take a hit, and I will reset the room in a minute because now I'm out of cycle. But that's the quick way of going about. So that's one of the quick ways of going about it. Again, that second set of cannons I did here, it's top of your peaks to be able to reach the head over there. But you can also use your hat just to give yourself that extra height to get on there if you so choose to. Otherwise, if you don't want to take that chance, you can always just run in, triple cannon up here, triple cannon here just to get the extra height, then you can just use your hat to float up. Just make sure to avoid the spikes. Don't do that. Obviously that was on purpose. That'll get you up there as well, but the quicker way, which is this one, it's not again not much of a time save, but every little helps. They say you can use your remaining 2 cannons just to curve around the top there. Again, one of those rooms where you can do more than one method of getting through it if you so please. Just going to heal myself fully ready. Now, usually I would hopefully be on full health at this point to be able to take on Emperor Spider. So, next boss up. First I'll show a safer way of taking her on, because out of any boss in this run, doing this boss fight in the fastest method is the riskiest. However, because it's no out of bounds, you do have the auto potion there. So even if you go for the fastest strats, you may lose your auto potion. If you're not worried about having your auto potion throughout the entirety of the run, then you should be fine. Then you shouldn't need to worry too much about it. You can go for the fast strats. If you lose your auto potion, it's not a big deal. However, when you're first starting out, I would probably suggest not going for the fastest strat, because there's that chance of losing that auto potion and you lose that backup and security. But what you want to do, just before you enter the door, activate your pipe ball, then move yourself back over to flare and then enter. If you're going for the fast strat. If you're not going for the fast strat, you can activate the pipe ball when you're in. But this would be the safest way of going about it. It's basically just keeping an eye on it and waiting for her, so to speak. And then just jumping up and striking where necessary. So she'll always move over and jump down at the start of the fight. Just try and keep your cannons consistent to go up and follow her. If she goes into the air, just get up there, just get a couple of strikes in. And of course follow her. Just keep following her. If you see that fire, you can just jump, cannon and hover just to keep yourself alive. Oh, that's fine, I'm not going to worry too much about a hit. May I say, for doing it this way, you shouldn't be too worried about your health. But that's one way, that's one of the safer ways of doing it, is just wait for her to drop. And then take her out accordingly. If she decides to hover in the air, then you can always go about just jumping off, trying to get 1 or 2 strikes in just to eliminate a bit more damage, and then take her down. But that's why the super pipe ball purchase at the beginning of the run is pretty important for this boss fight, because that's going to carry a lot of the damage, especially in the fast cycle. If you have a monster milk at this point of the run, it's up to you if you use it. If you get that super monster milk drop that I did, though, I would recommend keeping it for the next section of the for the remaining sections of the run. But just a few things to keep an eye out for that method again. Now, Emperor Spider will always follow a similar pattern at the start of the fight. She'll always go to the far left, to the far right, to the middle, and then she'll either shimmy to the left or the right before she drops. So to the left, to the right, to the middle, she'll choose a side, drop, then you can start the attack. She should drop a second time, and then it's up to her from this point on. It's 2 or 3 times she'll drop, and then she'll make up her own mind, and then you just got to pay attention. You'll see her shimmy in the air like that if she's not going to drop. So if she shimmies, then you know she's not going to drop. You can jump up and do what you want. If she drops, then of course she's dropped. So there's a shimmy there. So she's going to do something else. Then it's just keep your eye on her, follow her, try and if she goes to the floor, try and follow her as best as you can. Oh, that was an inverted stun lock, which I was going to explain for the next bit. For the best RNG you want, yeah. If you want good RNG, you want Hellkith in your stream. That's from my experience, at least. Yeah, that would be a safer way of taking on Emperor Spider. She'll always follow the same pattern at the start. As I said, she'll go to the left, to the right, to the middle. She'll choose one side and then drop. She should at least drop twice. Then from then on, it's up to her what she does. If you see her shimmy in the air, she's not going to drop on that phase. You can jump up and try and get a strike or 2 in. Then it's just keeping your eye on her, keep an eye on your health, and heal accordingly if you don't want to take the risk of losing your auto potion. If you want to go for the fast strat, you want to be starting the fight with full health, especially if you're going with a 2-heart run. I mean, of course, again, when you come to doing this run, if you want to collect some of the heart squids along your way and meld them down to get extra heart containers, that's entirely up to you. That'll make this fast strat safer to do as well. Because going for this strategy, I should end on about half a heart to a quarter heart of health, if I do it right to begin with. But earlier on I mentioned something about stun lock, and I inadvertently did one as well, just. That's key to this fight. Pretty much what you're... I'm just going to kill the spider for randomness. And what you want to try and do is, as soon as the fight starts, she's going to go to the left. So you want to jump up, score a few strikes in, and then you're going to jump directly into her. And you're going to make sure to whip just before you jump into her, so it will stun you in the air. Stun locking works, as mentioned earlier, by taking damage just as you've done a hair whip. So that will stun you in the air, rather than knocking you down. What this also does is it replenishes your cannon strikes. So although you only have 3 per time you're in the air, as soon as you get stun locked, those 3 strikes will come back to you. So you can then continuously, basically the theory is to constantly stay in her hitbox, scoring the damage, staying hovering, getting stun locked, and then just follow her wherever she goes. Just keep following her, let the pipe ball do most of the work, get as many whips as you can in, and try and keep that stun lock continuation going. But as I say, you're essentially having a game of chicken with her. If you do this method, then you want to activate the pipe ball straight away before you enter. That will be a key start. And hopefully I do this right, but I probably will botch it because it's not easy to do. But you just pay attention, she'll go to the left, 1, 2, jump into it, get the stun lock, then just control your cannon strikes, pretty much just tap cannoning, keep the mashing of your hair whips going, keep that stun lock going, stay in a hitbox, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and down. Bloody hell, I suppose I did that first time. As you can see, I'm only on half a heart of health now. But if you can do it, it doesn't matter because you get full health replenishments. But we'll try that one more time just to show that example again. So pretty much you'll go from here. If you've saved, you've saved. If you haven't, you haven't. Move to the left. Into your menu, activate your pipe ball, get yourself back over the flare ready for when you exit. She will always start by going to the left. So as soon as it starts, 1, 2, jump into it, get the stun lock. Keep your tap cannon in, try and stay in line with her big eye in the middle if you can. So that's where you'll get the most continuous damage. And then just follow her all the way through the fight. Well, I mean, when you're generally doing your continuation hair strikes, I mean, when you can as well, it also cancels hair strikes as well. So if you time it right, just as you hit her with a hair strike, you can cannon, it'll cancel. You can get quicker strikes in. That should, and it should theoretically line you up. So when your iframes wear out, you're basically doing a hair whip as you're about to take damage, and it should set you up spot on for the quick kill. No, not exactly. Pretty much what I'm doing, once I've got the stun lock in, I'm paying attention to Shantae and I'm paying attention to the spider to see where they both are. As I say, try and keep in line with the Emperor Spider's big eye. And because of that hair whip cancellation with the cannon strike, I'm tap jumping cannon, and I am spamming. I do spam somewhat with the attack, but not with the cannon. So I'm looking to get at least 2 strikes per time. So it's like 2 attack, then cannon, 2 attack, cannon, 2 attack, cannon. But as I say, because I'm paying attention to Shantae and where she is, I'm just looking for when she starts to fall down for when I use the cannon as well. And then it's just getting that timing and rhythm down with the cannon control to be able to keep yourself in the right spot and execute. But you've also got to pay attention to the spider, because she may just randomly shimmy all the way across to the right. And on top of that, when stuff like that happens and if you get knocked down, you've got to pay attention to your health, because as you saw, I was left with 1 point of damage left before I was out. That's the general working of it. I mean, you'd hit, I say, when you get used to like hair whip timing in general, it's faster than that for hair whipping because you're cancelling out your hair whip animation with your cannon at the same time. And it's just getting that feel and rhythm for that. Yeah, if you spam both of them, you won't get what you're after for that fight. You could probably get away with spamming the attack, to be fair, because of the hair whip cancellations. I will say you could probably get away with just mashing the attack, but you've got to time your cannon strikes. So you just got to get that rhythm correct to be able to put it forward and to be able to get that quick kill effectively. If you get knocked down during that fight by doing that method, then just be prepared to take it a bit easier, pay attention to your health. As I say, if you're not worried about losing your auto potion at this point in the run, then you can go straight back to trying to get yourself back into the quick kill state and then continue. But once you get knocked down once, there's a good possibility you'll lose that auto potion if you try to go for the game of chicken again. Right, Cackle Tower done. You can flare straight out. If you've moved over to flare, then you can just use your shoulder buttons again to flare straight out quickly. If not, just go into your menu, move to flare and select it. But this is the first use of flare. It's a judgment call, Hellkith, on that one. Once you get knocked out of the air, because of how close, on a 2-heart run anyway, how close you are to death by doing the fastest method, if you get knocked down, then you've took damage and you've took damage, you've been knocked out of her hitbox and she's now not taking as much damage because of it. So if you decide to go back up and go for the stun lock and go for that game of chicken again, you have to keep in mind there's a chance you're going to lose your auto potion. Pretty much. Right. Now we're on our way to Tanline Island. This is the RNG island. This is where you're hoping for most of your item management to come into play. A key thing to keep in mind, from a general perspective, what you want from this point on in the run for items is 4 milks, 4 pipe balls, and a bubble. They're the main items you want. There are some bosses that you can get away with, like Steel Maggot, which is later on in the run. You can get away as long as you've got a super monster milk to not actually have a pipe ball at all for that fight, and you'll still get the same type of cycle pattern. But you will kill them a little bit quicker if you've got a pipe ball to use and cause damage. But as I say, that's just to keep the numbers in mind for when you're doing this run. You're aiming for 4 milks, 4 pipe balls, and a bubble as your major items. Preferably you have the strongest version of each. Then you don't have to worry about what you use on which, and then you don't have to worry about item management in the later part of the run. It all depends on how you want to do the run from here, is where the item management really comes into play. But also, if you've been doing the gem routing as I've been, except for the 2 pots under the forest that I got, as well as a couple of other gems I collected, general routing for it, you should be, when you next get to the shop, you should be at least on around 160 gems. And for that shop, you would pick up another super monster milk. Or at least I would. That eliminates 1 milk from my RNG. But again, with experience, you may altercate how you run the game dependent on what items you get at what points of the run. And that, again, that comes with experience. But for speaking in general, you want at least 4 of each of the milks, 4 of the pipe balls, and 1 bubble, sorry. So when you start this section off, you'll shuffle in, hit everything on path, because these green cacti have a chance of dropping you either a bubble shield or a monster milk. They're usually stingy for me. Keep going under, there's some pots here, absorb them. Then here you can either come up onto here and do a shuffle. You can just jump over here, go to the next screen, and just continually hold right to get your charge before you start jumping. You can also come on here, start your shuffle off, come to the edge, continue your shuffle and you can cannon straight up. Just remember to jump up and over. Better actually show a bit more because you've got that bonk here. Usually when you enter this screen, you've got them two slopes there. So you want, as soon as you go over the first, as soon as you get to the top of the second slope, that's where you want to start jumping. And make sure to keep yourself in the air. And as soon as you enter that screen, cannon up and over as well so you don't get bonked. And then you'll reach Squid Baron. Pissing the night away, are we? Good man. Okay, now for tan line, this is all you need for now. So you're already on flare. As long as you've highlighted flare earlier, you'll already be on flare. So you can just use your next flare, get yourself back off this island. Because now we're going for the sarcophagus maps, or just the passwords that we need to enter the stealth temple. So from tan line, you want to move over 2 islands to the left to go back to Saliva Island. That's where the first map piece is. And again, start your shuffle and go. Again, it's up to you how you do this screen. I mean, I've got a meat chunk out of that, so that's an animation skip from me. Jump over this heart squid, jump up. So you're aiming to get onto this platform here. Because you've had the charge, as long as you jumped over the heart squid, you've not bombed. Because you've had the charge, you'll have invincibility frames as well. So you can actually jump through the 2 crabs that are here. Get onto this platform, then just jump yourself over to the right. Generally in a run, that crab won't be in your way. But you just jump yourself up and over to the right. Then you can come here. Up and to the left. Again, you could do this a few ways. You could just jump up, take this crab out, and then try and curve through that mermaid. That's the risk you take though. If you do try and curve through the mermaid, you could get hit. You could just do a cannon, grab the chain, jump over, and you can even curve all the way around there if you feel more comfortable. If you go through the mermaid here, if you want, you could stop and take her down. Or you could just go onto this lip first, rather than trying to keep your cannons up and then just cannon through. But ideally you want to be up against this wall, because there's 3 pots in this wall. So there's 30 gems there. So you can go whip, jump, whip, and then jump up. Try and do it in quick succession to get yourself up onto this lip. When you're up here, you can then absorb the gems into your repertoire. I mean, obviously I've got a lot more gems than I would normally have at this point. But you'd normally have about a 160. Give or take. As long as you've collected the general pots on route, you should be fine. Just go through the middle of these guys. Now, this room, again, a couple of ways of going about it. Well, if you've got a written guide out, if you're happy to submit it forward, put it up on speedrun.com, then at least there's a written formation as well. So yeah, by all means, go ahead. This room, there's a couple of ways of going about it. Well, 2 ways I would suggest going for it. You can either do a tank damage through, or you can hover over them. If you go for tank damage, you want to try and get on a bit of a ledge here. Or you can do a stun lock. I said you can do a stun lock. But either way, you can just stun through and fall. The other way is getting a hover over them. So you use your cannon with your hat in retrospect. So as soon as you come into the room, jump, hit this wall, cannon up vertically, hover, cannon up, and release your hat. At least that's the way I tend to take it. So if I do it in normal running methods, it just slips you through here, then just fall down. If you want to make it slightly quicker, you just scimitar down there as well. And then you get your first mummy sketch in for the password. Oh, I'm not on flare, that's why. Then you flare out of here. Yeah, that's fair enough, Elk, if that's fair enough, buddy. Alright, so flare out. You've got your first piece of map. That is Saliva Island done now. You should never return to that island. Head back to Skulltown. Like at the very beginning of the run with getting into Sky's room, you can either just jump up there naturally, you can go underneath it and try and get the quick door skip. Either way is fine, but you want to aim for Sky's room to get the next map piece. So you go for that cutscene. Do not forget to talk to this sarcophagus map to get it. So that's piece number 2 in. Then you can go on and you can get your second shop list done. So this shop list, to be fair, is generally up to you how you really want to go about it. Again, it comes through experience, but the one that is always mandatory is your free flares. My recommendation based on the gem routing I take is, as I say, you get your free flares and pick up a super monster milk as well. That's mainly because, I mean, I got lucky and I got that RNG milk drop from the Bat Lady in Cackle Tower, but if in the case that you don't, then purchasing that super monster milk at least guarantees you've got a super monster milk for Squid Baron, who will be the next boss you take on. So at least that guarantees you've got that buff ready. Otherwise, it's entirely up to you how you handle the shop. As long as you pick up the flares, that's mandatory. What's my lineup? Right, I've got extra gems, so what I'm actually going to do, I mean, this is not part of the run, I'm just doing this just to pick up a couple of extra things. Well, one extra thing there, because when it comes to the boss, I'm going to try and show different how the bosses affect dependent on the items you use for said boss. So I'm going to try and make sure I get those items through this tutorial as well. But once you've done your shop, you can exit out and head right back to Tanline Island. Then we can continue on from here. How you handle your gems from this point on, again, is up to you. If the RNG is on your side, you will only need about 60 gems for the final shop, if you haven't already picked up everything earlier. But again, that'll be something that will be explained at a later date. But for general purposes, you want 60 for flares, that's a guarantee, and then any other gems for any other items you wish to pick up. Or if you decide to get risky with this and don't rely on the RNG completely, collecting gems for the run. But I'll show you different gem points that you can collect gems as well. Again, you'll run through these guys to try and get a monster milk drop or a bubble shield drop, hopefully. Nothing. Come under here and get these gems again. But this time you're going to stay down low and you're going to shuffle to the right. Because now we're going for the enchanted sword, as well as the final sarcophagus map piece. These guys have a chance to drop you a pipe ball or a super pipe ball. Obviously the super pipe ball is what you really want. Hit this wall for those gems. There was something we went for there but didn't work. But when you're running past this chest, if you mash the attack button, your hair whip, you should theoretically be able to open this chest while still charging. So when you hit the wall to grab the gems, you won't lose any time for it. Like so. And then there you go, that's your enchanted blade in. And again, that's another item that is for later on in the run. Then proceed to shuffle back out. Take the skeletons out again, try and get some drops. I have been unlucky, so I've got no super pipe balls, so that's a bit of an issue, but I'm going to be rectifying that anyway, just for the examples of this tutorial. Wow, how lucky am I? You get your third piece of map and that's when you get your password. Your password is random, and for those that are curious, you can't just guess what the password is for the Stealth Temple. You have to get all 3 pieces of map to get the password, because the password is in effect, not actually in effect. So once you've gotten all 3 and the password shows, then the password key will become available. In this case I got lucky, I got fish, fish, fish. So that's an easy thing for me to remember. Right, now, if you want some more gems, you want to go for a shuffle here. Break that block, double pistol, break those pots and absorb them, so you've got some more gems underneath there. Otherwise you would just jump up and go to the right. And again, it's up to you how you approach exiting here. You can come over here, as I mentioned earlier, or you can just run by. Another thing, for item management purposes, I don't like you, go away. If you want to keep up with your item management, if you don't want to worry about overthinking through the run, and for if you want to make your life a bit easier, this is time consuming to do, and you are at the mercy of RNG. But what you can do is squat out grinding. I didn't do it on my first way in, but you generally kill the Scorch Gals that are en route. They have a potential item droppage of either the Super Monster Milk, a Super Pipe Ball, or 5 gems. You're guaranteed to get one of the 3. However, which one you get is debatable. It sounds good, but for my end, grinding on them, if you want like the Super Pipe Ball, Super Monster Milks, which is what you're really after, at first that's not a problem. But once you get like all the milks, and then you're after the Super Pipe Balls, and they still keep giving you milks, that's going to keep costing you time. So that's something to keep in mind. But if you go for a Scorch Gal grind, it's recommended to use your cannon on. They have 30 points of damage, so 2 sets of 3. In this case, you gave me 5 gems. So that would be bad RNG. That's what you. If you're going for the grind, that's not what you want. But the aim is to kill the ones en route. At least for a hybrid version of doing this run anyway. If you want to go pure Scorch Gal grinding, then I'll show you where you would be doing the grind at. Right, so the password here is an easy one to remember for me this time. Fish, fish, fish. Now, it helps to memorise the order of these pedestals. They always follow the same pattern. Which animal you start with is up to you. I go with the order of fish, bird, lion, hippo, gator. But if you'd rather start with lion, for example, it would be lion, hippo, gator, fish, bird. And it will always follow that same suit. So, you know, fish, bird, lion, hippo, gator. That will always be the same. On top of that, one thing also to note, when you hair whip, it moves it one way, so that'll be your cycle for that. But if you use your pistol, it'll put it in reverse. So now I go back to lion, bird, fish, gator, hippo, gator, hippo. The pistol's no good to you for the second pedestal. So in that case, because I'm on bird and I know I want fish, it's going to take me 4 strikes. 1 pistol shot would do it, but it's not worth going onto this side to try and get the pistol shot. Because if I mess it up, I'm going to lose much more time. So for that one, the middle pedestal don't worry about. Just make sure you get it to the right one. Then dependent on where they are in order is up to you. So in this case, I've left it on hippo, so I'll go 2 strikes over to get to fish. Drop down, I'm on bird, I know fish is 1 backwards, so I'll use the pistol. And that'll put me on fish. Email address, welcome back, Moni. Make sure to explain its importance and to remember the code. Yeah, that pretty much as I was mentioning there, but so you need to memorise the code for when you get to here in general. But memorising the order of the animals, as well as knowing that you can hair whip for one direction and pistol for the other, will help you to be able to get those pedestals in the order you want for the password in the quickest potential time possible. But what order they start in when you get here is random. The password you get is random. So it's making that judgment when you see them is knowing which ones to hit which way. But as I say, the second pedestal, only use your hair whip is recommended. Otherwise you've got to try and come over here and get the pistol shot in like that, which will be awkward. So I wouldn't recommend going for that. Then once you've got that open, Stealth Temple, or Tan Line Temple as it's better known. So you just run in and we're caught. So here, the aim of the game is to not get seen. If you get caught in here, you'll be sent back to this particular room. So you really don't want to get seen. It sucks when that happens. So you'll start off by breaking the block here to the left. If you try and go to the right, shock, shock, you're locked in. So I wish there was a way that we could hit that switch, but there's not one that's been found at this point. So you're aiming to go to the left. And the idea is you want to constantly keep moving in the rooms where the guards are, because they will always follow their cycle, so to speak. But before I go on with a full cycle, just to show you how the guards are in general, if you look at them, as you can see, heavy breathe in, heavy breathe out. They'll do 2 before they turn. So turn, 1, 2, turn, 1, 2, and they will always follow that same suit. If you get caught, as I mentioned, you get this little ditty, and you're back to square 1. So this is a potential part of them where you could lose a lot of time. It is quite evil at times, so It's all down to your timing for this. Basics for the first room. Just jump hard, just use strong jumps. Strong jump on there, strong jump on there, strong jump, grab the chain, strong jump over. Tap jump for those ones though, because you don't want a strong jump and get caught by him. You'll come under here. As soon as he turns, tap, tap, and tap. Move over, wait for him, and then jump through. Right, again, I'm going to intend to get myself caught. But that, even if I went for the potential faster strat, the thing is, as soon as you mistime anything for going for the faster method, you're going to not be on the fast cycle, and you're going to end up having to do it exactly the same way as taking it easy. So, I say, even the experienced runners don't go for this fastest method. I'll try and get it, but you can one cycle the room, but you've got to be very precise. You have like a frame or two to do it. Ah, I missed. Alright. If you end up missing, it's not a big deal because you can just climb yourself up anyway and you'll be on a different cycle where you can keep yourself continuously moving, which is technically faster than going straight up. So, as though. So you can just keep running across and through. That is technically faster than jumping up and doing the first method I showed you. So, I would say if you're not going to go for the fast method, maybe intentionally wait. But that's your call. But I'm probably not going to be able to get the one cycle on this room, so I'm going to try once more. And then I'll move on and I'll say to check up Esco, who has a video of this one cycle room, and I'll suggest checking that out to see how it goes about. No, I've missed it. So I mean, if I try to go for it now, I'm going to get caught. But the idea, there's actually two ways of doing it. You either have to have your jump precision spot on, so literally you sort of like tap or tap hold for a slight degree, so when you land on each platform, you land on it with pretty much frame perfect aspects. The other method I just did try, and when you get up to the guard, you can try and hair whip him to force him to turn around. But that is very, very risky. Again, that's a pretty tight frame section to get. If you get it, then you're on for it. Then you can get the room in one cycle. But it's likely you're going to get caught, so I wouldn't recommend doing it for when you're starting out. But I'm gonna say I'll try once more. Right, I'm not going to get the one method, so I'll try and go for this one. No, missed it. Okay, so I'm not going to try again because it's very, very hard to do. And to be fair, I don't usually do it in a run. But yeah, use tap jumps up here, strong jumps to begin, tap jumps for the middle. Wait for that guard, come up here. Right, for this room, wait for them to turn, jump up these chains, wait for them, jump up, and then you can go for the door. I'm going to try and get back down without getting seen. I mean, that's the easier way of doing it, but there is a way of doing it by skipping out the second set of guards. Just pay attention to their breathing. They breathe twice. As soon as they turn, 1, 2, 3, 4, up the chain, jump over, 1, 2, 3, 4. Make sure to keep, when you jump over to the next chain, make sure to keep holding up whilst you're holding right. So you should be able to grab the chain, but as long as you time it right, you should be able to skip those guards. Right, I've already got 3 keys because I grabbed an extra key than I would usually do, but usually you'd have 2 keys at this point, and this is the reason why you stockpiled the keys earlier, is for this particular temple. Because by the end of the temple, you're aiming to release the 3 other ladies of this game before you can exit. Otherwise, you've got to keep exploring around this temple to be able to get all 3 keys to be able to release them. So it'd usually be at this point that you'd have all 3 keys because you've stockpiled certain keys. If you wanted additional gems as well, there are more here. By standing up here, jump and hold up, there's a chain. So you can come up here, there's an additional 60 gems. If you wish to grab them, but these are optional. Right. Now we come to this particular room. This is the butt clencher of the area, if you go for the fastest strats. To take it safely, it is a simple case of just wait. Stay in the shadows. Shadows are within these arches. And of course, you're going to be using a lot of time by going around this way, but this would be the safest way of approaching the area. In other words, this is the casual way of doing it. And then you're through. Right, there is other ways of going about it, so I have got to get myself intentionally caught and redo everything just to get back to this one room. There'd be no point in me hitting the switch for the door so I can advance, because you can't go back through that room reversed. So, well, we'll try for one side again, I guess. Got it! But that's the one cycle for this room. Right, so back here, again I'm just going to grab these gems, not for the tutorial purpose, but this is just to make sure I've got plenty of gems so I can pick up every item I want to be able to explain different ways of approaching the bosses. Right, so there's two fast methods to this. You have the fastest method. Well, I think there's one that's slightly faster, which I haven't learnt yet, but it is literally like a second faster at the most, so it's not a big major. But as soon as you enter the room, you want to aim to be running over and jumping to the left for the fastest method. You want to jump near the edge of the platform, so you basically jump into the shadow without the guard seeing you. If you jump too early, the guard will catch you, and you're back to square one. Once you've gone through there, you'll slip off the edge, look to the right. I'm explaining it all now because I'm going to be trying to do it all in one succession. Get yourself out to the right. As soon as the guard gets just that bit past you, you'll run all the way to the right, drop down, follow the guard. When he passes you again, fall down, follow the guard, go into the shadow, and when he gets towards the wall edge, you'll jump at a certain point at the edge of the shadow to jump over that guard to be able to get through in quick succession. So jumping at the edge of there, just follow it through. Stay in the shadows. When he gets to a certain point past you, just keep running. Fall down, follow him. Just wait for him to go by, drop down. Wait till he's on the edge, jump at the edge of that arch, which is roughly here. And you should be able to jump in without him catching you. But there is a chance that he could get you, so you've got to be careful there. There is another way, there is a mid-way of getting through, but I'm not 100% of how it's done. I believe you wait for the first guard, then when he gets past you the second time, you'll drop down and you'll follow the second guard, so you hit the shadows, and then you'll follow this room in the same similar vein. Of course, you can mix and match how you approach each guard, if you choose to whatever comfortable level that you see fit to get through the room. Okay. Right, so as long as you've stockpiled your keys, you should be fine at this point. You should have all 3 keys you need to be able to finish this lab. If, for whatever reason, you've missed a key, now you should never miss 2 keys. You should always at least have, like at this point, you should at least have 2 or 3 keys. If you've missed one, there is a backup key you can collect. And I should at least show you that key. You just come over here. Just follow the chains, make sure to evade them. But yeah, just simply follow the room, walk off, grab that chain, jump over. Then just follow this room all the way through. Watch out for the rats, I forgot they were there. And then that will be your key. But if you miss a key from earlier, this key takes a good minute or so. The next slowest key to that is about 40 seconds. So if, in effect, you miss a key, you're at least looking at a 20-second time loss, maybe 30 if you've missed a different key. But should you find yourself 1 key short, that's at least a backup there. Then when you come out, whip that, then there'll be something in the wall here that will bring you all the way back out. Then you can proceed to exit through. And by that, you just fall down and just keep holding right. You shouldn't get touched. Otherwise, if you've picked up all the keys you're meant to, then you just come down and when you reach this door, you'll enter. Now you can go on and proceed to release the 3 ladies. Start off with Risky. just tap jump yourself over, strong jump over here, and get to release Sky. Right, and that's it for the tutorial, because I'm not opening that door. Now, we love her really. Come on, Rotty. And third one, Rotty tops. And that's all 3 girls out. Rotty is best though. Just because I've been in a weird mood recently, yes, she is. She's my wife to be, so back off. Anyway. Okay, so how's it going? Welcome, I hope you're doing well. Yeah, more than welcome. I've been planning on doing this for a bit of time now, to be fair, but never got round to it. Now the tournament's coming out and people are showing interest and been asking for a tutorial. It's about time, so I'm trying to do the best I can to explain things. People haven't exactly came out and told me I've missed anything yet, so thankfully, hopefully it's well enough. Anyway, you'll exit through, you'll come in here to the right. 4 girls, 1 rope. Yeah, surprised, aren't you? Bit of a weird thing for me. But yeah, that's the Stealth Temple in a nutshell. Then you can proceed over. And we have the golden pickaxe, and we can proceed on to the next section of the run. But before we do that, I need to pee, so I shall be right back, and then we will continue with this. Okay. Right, just before we continue, I just want to quickly ask those that know the game, that are in my chat, is there anything so far that you feel as though I've missed out, that I need to explain? Vape work. I need to explain that there weren't enough tongues. That's the most tongues that has probably ever happened to me in a long time. But that was, a lot of them was intentional, of course, because I was trying to explain. Right, so it seems that we're okay. Right. Then let us continue. I'm just going to quickly check my dashboard out. Oh bloody hell, I've got so many hosts. Alright, we'll just go through the entire list again. And thank you to Manavita, Trent-TR, Chap, Kiddersurf, Cake Sauce, Street Maki, Scorf, Esco, and Zylo3 for the hosts. Appreciate it, guys. This tutorial is going out to everybody. Whee! Okay. Right, so we're moving forward, and right, so from here you'll just be going right. Your charge will store, you can just go straight through. Talk to this guy, the golden pickaxe you just got will let you in. That'll break down the wall. And now we can proceed. Now, it depends on which method you go for, will depend on what you do next. If you're going to skip Scorp Girls, then you do a shuffle, use that tree as a guide, and then you can just float over and then continue to, and then proceed on. If you're going to do a Scorp Girl grind, then you'll just proceed to try and kill both of these, whilst making sure to mind out for these floaty green guy blowjob lip things. Right, and there's a drop, so there's a super monster mill. So this is one of the advantages that you can have by taking on Scorp Girls. It is RNG as mentioned earlier, but there's a chance that you can get these drops, which will save you having to worry about thinking about your item management per se, what kind of gems you're going to need later in the run to accommodate. Because if you do this kind of method and you at least pick up a bubble from another enemy, in this case I have not. That's another thing also better mention. And when you're done with the stealth temple, you will always be on your map screen. It's the only point in the run where you will not be on your item menu. So just keep in mind, when you next go into your menu after you've done the stealth temple, you need to shimmy back over to your item listing in order to get yourself back there. But yeah, for people starting out that don't want to overthink the item management too much, then killing the Scorp Girls gives you that opportunity to get what you need. But as I say, you'll be at the mercy of the RNG, and there's a chance you may just get gems constantly and you will lose a lot of time. If you're not worried about that to start with, then that's fair enough. You will always at least be able to get what you're after in due time, and then you can go on and proceed and practice on with the run and continue as you see fit. 33% chance on getting an item and 99%. It's one way of looking at it, I guess. Nor is the best person to ask for the actual percentage ratios for them. I don't know exactly what they are. Something like 25, 35, 40 something. And I'm probably messed that up anyway. But you know, it's fairly balanced as to which ones you get. But as I say, one of the risks of this is, even if you do get the items you want, like if they keep dropping you super pipe balls and you get all your super pipe balls set, they may continue to keep dropping you super pipe balls as well as gems. That means that now you've got a much smaller fraction to get the milks that you want to the run. So that's just something to keep in mind. If you go for the Scorp Girl grind, then once you've killed that last one, you'll proceed to just run. Then you just want to make sure to keep yourself in the air by any means necessary. It is entirely up to you how you do it. And when you enter here, just spam your cannon so you can get up and ready. There is a trick known as momentumless boots, but I don't feel justified to explain it myself. I would suggest getting in touch with a man by the name of Esco in terms of being able to learn what that is about, because I really don't know the ins and outs of it. All I can tell you is it's frame perfect, and if you can pull it off, essentially what it will do is, when you hit that wall, you will keep momentum from when you land here, and you can continue to move with your boots charged and still going. The other way. Again, without the momentumless boost, so when you're here, depending on what you're doing, if you're going for Scorp Girl grind, then you'll just proceed to jump up here and kill the Scorp Girl, and then you can move over and across. If you're not doing a Scorp Girl grind, you can just simply triple cannon, glide up here, and then do a risky shuffle. Or if you're feeling very risky and you want to try and save an extra second, you can do a shuffle here. But you've got to keep it tight on the edge and keep the shuffle pretty much by this tree. And as soon as you see it spark, you trigger it, hold right, and you've got to get ready to cannon straight away. Like that. So it gets you up onto there. You can keep holding right, and you'll already have your charge for the next room. As I mentioned earlier, in the event of, if you're doing, people like to feel risky, 25% chance of an item, then it's 50-50 on which item, 75% is a gem. Oh, okay, so a lot less percentage than I thought. Okay, so just keep that in mind, that you've only got 25% chance of getting one of the items, so basically 12.5% on each. And as I mentioned, you're aiming for 4 milks, 4 pipe balls overall for the run. I would say, in general, if you're willing to do mix and matches, you would want, at least at the minimal, to start off 2 super milks, 2 regular milks, and maybe 2 super pipe balls, but you could probably get away with 1. But as I say, item management will come with experience and getting used to it, getting the feel for it, knowing what you've got at all times. So when you're moving forward, you know what you need to pick up and what to use on which bosses, so on and so forth. But if you want to go directly and strictly with the Scorp Gals, if you're still short of items by the time you're at this point, then all you'll be doing is going back and forth. Go back and forth and just keep killing this Scorp Gal. Collect whatever they drop. So in this case, if I was to be doing a Scorp Gal grind and I want 4 of the strongest, I'm still short for 2. So I'd be constantly going back and forth. In that case, you see it was a gem. I'll just do a few more just to give you an example of what it's like and what potentially could happen. See, there's another gem. And this is the big risk that you take by doing this method. You will eliminate having to worry about what items you have at all times, because as long as you know you've got 4 super milks, 4 super pikes, and then just got to remember about the bubble. That'll be the only thing you'll need to worry about, is that bubble. So in that case, I've got 5 milks, but I'm still short of super pike balls. But because I've got plenty of gems, for this example, I'm going to continue the run from here. But once you're happy that you've got the item layout you want, you can then proceed, do yourself a shuffle, jump over the block, just throw another cannon out there, and then fall in. And then you're here and ready to do the next lab, the Lost Catacombs. Right, so this lab is pretty straightforward to get into the boss. There is a few tech things to keep in mind. When you start, I usually would advise, when you're falling through, use your scimitar. Because when you land, it will land you in the perfect spot. So when you get to the edge, you'll have your charge to bring yourself into this room. I mean, it only gives you that extra bit of speed just to get to here. You can either just continue the charge and fall all the way to the right, just to try and evade, but you got to watch out for that spike and you'll end up down here. Usually, if you don't want to do a charge, that's fair enough because it's not much of a major. You could just walk in and drop down, move to the right, and then you're in a good position. But usually, if I go for the charge, when I get to the right point, I will use my scimitar just to quickly get down here. Triple cannon to kill him to get a potential drop. Again, if you choose not to, you can just jump over him and then proceed to the right. Or you can risky shuffle here just to break the few set of blocks, because when you enter this room, you're faced with this. You've got 2 enemies in your path and you've got plenty of purple blocks. So you can just proceed to whip the blocks and then whip your enemies out your way. How you approach these purple blocks is really up to you. You can just stick to the left and then gradually make your way to the right. I would suggest doing a shuffle myself. So you'll break these blocks, you'll kill those 2 on path. Once you kill the second one, stop. If you're looking for more items, then come back here and break that block. When you're in this tight space, it's a bit awkward to try and break the block, so to speak. What was that? Oh yeah, alright, fair enough. That is a point. Usually you wouldn't need to worry about this, I wouldn't have thought. But however, if you do want the extra gems, as Helkit pointed out, I thank you for that, there is a gem pot right there. So in that circumstance, you won't be doing the charge going forward. You just break these blocks, you can just jump up. You can just do that, basically, if you wish. If you want to go for it quicker, you just time your jump, so you're basically in the air with your head on the roof here, and you'll do a triple cannon followed by a scimitar just to break the 3 blocks and drop. Or try to. And then there's just gems there, you just go in, use your lamp, and then you can proceed on. So yeah, thank you for that, Helkit. Yeah, that is an extra 10 gems you can collect if you so wish to. Right, so again, how you approach this pathway is entirely up to you. But the way most of us tend to go about it is to try and get a couple of extra items drops, so we'd go for the middle here. When you're in tight spaces like this, though, you're trying to break the block. I mean, I can just mash the X button and jump. I will not get a cannon striker out. So basically what you're going to be doing, you're going to be mashing the jump button, but keep a hold of your scimitar. So you'd have your scimitar button already pressed. So effectively within that tight space of you jumping, the scimitar will just about have enough time to deploy. Because I've waited around, he's caught up to me. But from there, you'll come to the right, you'll do the same. Move to the left, do the same. You'll probably get hit there, but you can go through there, move over to the right here. Triple cannon to break through. Hold on, I'm just waiting for this green cacti to get out of my way. So you triple cannon to get through there, and you can try and swipe this containment there on your way down, or you could do one cannon strike, then break it, and then proceed on, because there's a chance of 5 gems if you wish to have it. Right, so the next room is pretty much a bit of an enemy rush. Unfortunately, there's no save point, so I can't nearby, so I can't really repeat the section just to show different ways of doing it. But the 2 ways is either just outright just swiping the enemies with your hair, do your best to avoid damage, and then when you get to the Scott Gals, go with your cannon strikes, because there's 2 Scott Gals that'll be in this room. The main method we generally use is we'd use the risky boots to our advantage here. So as soon as you enter, give a slight delay, start your risky shuffle. Once it's ready, charge into them. Slightly delay, move yourself to the far left, do a shuffle, hit there, jump, triple cannon, try and get all 3 cannon strikes in. As you see, I missed that, but you get all 3 strikes, that'll kill him. Then you'll get the 2 Scorp Girls that'll show. Kill them. Right, because I mean, they can also give you one of those main drops that I mentioned earlier. I mean, now I've got 6 Super Monster Milks. So I've got far too many. So again, that's another thing. If you do a grind up late, up on the Scorp Girls, you come down to here, you've got 4 of each, and they give you both milks or something like that. They become irrelevant now, due to the fact that you've done the grind. So it's also keeping that aspect of maybe doing a hybrid formation, killing like the Scorp Girls on route, but not doing any back and forth and working with the item management that way. That is also a viable way of going about the game. Right, so the next room is the Crusher. There is a quick way and there is a comfortable way. The comfortable way, you just simply run in, just wait for this to happen. If you can get a risky shuffle, fine. If not, just do a run, you'll get a charge. Try and break the block and don't get crushed. Oh. But in any other circumstances, try and do your best to hit these blocks. Then you can do a risky shuffle here, jump up, and you can proceed to exit out. But unfortunately, I've broken some blocks, so I don't think they respawn. So doing this one cycle is going to be a problem. Probably should have done it the one cycle way first, but I didn't think about that. So, does anyone know anywhere? No, I can't regenerate them, can I? I don't believe they regenerate even if I exit the lab. We'll give it a try anyway. Oh, wait a minute, no, they've regenerated. Okay, they might regenerate. Hopefully they have. But pretty much, yeah, ideally, you just hook up the wall. Well, we'll see if they regenerate first. You just hook up the wall, pretty much, or just pull back a bit. Once you've got enough gap, just start running. Charge. Right, so you're not going to reach that block. I wasn't 100% on that. So you pretty much go for the middle blocks. So you just do your charge, break these blocks, continue to break them. Once you see the Crusher start moving up, do a risky shuffle, jump, and you'll have enough time to squeeze through. Just heal myself up now. Right, the one cycle for this room is actually pretty interesting. I can't remember who found the actual method, but we get to use butt wiggles as a visual cue, so this becomes a good thing. But you need to do it when you're entering the room. If you mess up and you try and do the same method again from the start, the cycle of the Crusher is out of position. So there'd be no point in me coming in, seeing that come down and then trying to use this method. It will not work. The timing of it is from when you enter the room. So if you mess it up and you want to go for it a second time, you just exit the room, re-enter, or you can just go through with the comfortable method, breaking the blocks in the middle to then proceed. It was X, I shouldn't be surprised. But, oh no, I better quickly point out something as well. So by the time you're running, you want to run into about here before you start the timing. So you've got those 3 dimples on the floor, like 1, 2, 3. You'll want to use pretty much that first one as your starting guide. you'll count up to 4 butt wiggles. So when you enter and you get to about there, you'll crouch and you'll see the butt wiggles. You'll want to count at the peak of her butt wiggle, of all things. So it'll be down, so it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4. As soon as that 4th one reaches the peak, that's when you begin your charge. And you'll want to pretty much go up to the wall, or close to the wall, but you don't want to touch it. If you touch the wall, you'll lose your charge. You'll go up to the wall, you'll come back to that dimple, or around that dimple, and then go forward. Sometimes you may have to readjust the distance you do, dependent on how you've moved, but again, you'll get the feel for it in time. Then by the time you come to actually activating your charge, when you come through this route, when you go ready to actually activate the charge, what you want to see is as you charge, for a split moment, you should be able to see, like Shantae's hair, slightly in the crusher itself. That would be your cue and an indication to let you know that you've done it right and you should make it through without taking a hit. If you don't see the hair phased into the wall in any way, you can risk it, but I would say you're going to get crushed at the end. So just charge up to one of the purple blocks, break it, and just play safe. So we'll give this a go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay, I did it instantly as soon as I entered. Okay, so I kind of lied a bit there. Apparently I said to go here. Okay, so as soon as you enter, then sorry. I thought I went to that block. Obviously I don't remember what the hell I do anymore. So as soon as you enter, hold down. 1, 2, 3, 4. Go to the wall, come to the back, come forward, charge, slightly phase into the wall. This should be 1 cycle. And you're in. So you're using a few cues. I'm probably going to get crushed now. So you're using a few cues to determine it. You're entering in, you're queuing 4 counts of the butt wiggles once you're at the peak. You want to get to around about there, to the wall. So pretty much just as you pass that line. Come back to roughly on top of there. Go forward. Your charge should start around here, or your boost should be ready from about here. But when you activate it, it's down to your gauge based on the crusher. Then you want to trigger it. So like, for example, if I went from here, my hair didn't phase into the wall there, so I can guarantee you once I got to the end, I would have got crushed. So that would be no good to me. So again, down, 1, 2, 3, 4, to the line, to the block, over, charge, hair slightly phase into the wall, should again a 1 cycle. Phase failed. So obviously I misjudged that myself then. I'm pretty sure I saw the hair phase in. Obviously I'm going to guess it didn't. But they're the cues you want to look for. 4 butt wiggles, move, pull back, pull forward, try and gauge it right. If you mess up, then stuff like that can happen. You can bonk your head. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, my hair definitely went through the wall there, so that'll be no problem. And then you're in. Right. Crushed, pretty much. But yeah, if you go for 1 cycle, they're the multiple cues, visual cues to pay attention to get through. Otherwise, just wait by the wall. As soon as you've got enough space, just get yourself into that big central line of blocks, break through, break them down. As soon as the crusher starts moving up, start your shuffle, or just before when it starts to move up, start your shuffle. Keep yourself to the left of the gap. Then once it's charged, activate, jump up, and then you should make it through. I can't remember if I saved. Right, so next up will be Squid Baron. If you've done the Skull Girl grind, you should have, or if you at least go for all the max items you want, you should have at least 4 of each. Obviously I don't have that, but I can still show you all the ways of going about it. Under any circumstance for Squid Baron, in the ideal world, you do not want to end up going in with a Monster Milk and a Pipe Ball, because you will lose quite a amount of time. The ideal setup for him is, at the bare minimal, you want 1 of the strong items. As long as you've got 1 of the strong items, you should be able to beat him in pretty good time. But obviously, with every boss, the 2 strongest is obviously going to be the fastest, or the fastest potential. But we'll show you different combinations and how it changes with Squid Baron. With Squid Baron, is not too bad to remember how he patterns out, dependent on your item management. And again, like Emperor Spider, you want to trigger your items before you enter the boss fight. What Squid Baron will do, he will follow pretty much the same type of pattern in every battle he goes. He'll start at the right, he'll start by charging you. And he'll bounce off the walls a few times. Then he'll just do 3 stomps, followed by another charge, and then he'll go into eating phase. The aim of the fight, ideally you want to beat him before he eats, or at least beat his first phase before he eats, because then that will set you up for the next phase. How you end phase 1 will determine how phase 2 starts. So in this example, we'll go with the 2 strongest items. This is the quickest way of taking him down. But yeah, as soon as it starts, now again it's up to you how you start it, but I would generally go with this. He'll start to charge, bounce off his head twice, jump over him, start whipping him. Right, now follow him through, jump up, try and at least get 2 strikes at times, try and stay close so the pipe ball does some damage. He should be down any moment. So that's phase 1 in this method. Right, now I've beaten him before he charged, so I know he's going to start charging at the beginning of this phase. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait for him to start pulling back before I crack his shell open. Right, so now he's done his charge phase, he'll go into eating phase. And because I've got the 2 strongest items, as long as you time it right, he'll die before he goes anywhere. That would be the ideal way of taking out Squid Baron. But as I mentioned, depending on where about in the fight you beat him depends on how his second phase is going to start. So as I mentioned, because I have the 2 strongest items and I fought him well, he didn't charge a second time in his first phase. So that meant the first thing he would do in phase 2 is charge. But that was that one bit of manipulation that I used to be able to put him in a spot where I know what he's going to do next. So if I go with the 2 strongest again, just show you what I mean exactly by that. So if I beat him before he charges and I crack his shell open straight away, watch, he will charge. Right, he didn't charge. If he doesn't charge in phase 1, you want to manipulate him to be able to make him to eat. Otherwise, because he didn't do that charge, if I go straight to cracking his shell open, like that, he's going to now charge me. And that changes how the fight goes a bit, but he will go straight to eating afterwards. So, because you've got the 2 strongest buffs, you should have him down anyway beforehand. So if you do end up making that mistake, all you got to do is just watch out for his charges, try and follow him with your cannon. And then you can take him down that way, he'll go into his eating phase after the charge. And then you can take him down. But that one bit of manipulation was, as you saw, I hovered over him and I waited for him to pull back. Once he pulls back, that's the beginning of his charge phase. So even though I've cracked his shell open there, that just cancels out his charge phase completely. He's already begun it, so he's now going to go into the next part of his script, which is eating. So he'll start the next phase by eating, so you just wail the hell on him. And as long as you've got your hairstrike timing right, he'll go down before he has a chance to go anywhere. He may pull back, but he should be dead and he shouldn't charge into you. Or he should be dead even if he does hit you, so it's not really anything to really majorly worry about. Now, if you have to work with weaker items, for example, a key thing to note with Squid Baron, he will always be like a phase ahead, so to speak. So usually, if I go Super Monster Milk Pipe Ball, and even if I go regular Monster Milk and Super Pipe Ball, it doesn't matter which one of those 2 combinations you use. I believe Super Monster Milk and Pipe Ball will do slightly more damage per second, but you will still end up on the same phases as each other, no matter which of the 2 sets you use. As long as you use one strong and one weaker, you'll end up on the same phase, and he will charge in his first phase if you don't score enough damage. There is a way of actually negating his charge phase in phase 1, but you've got to get roughly 3 strikes per of his stomp, so that's more of a timing aspect. But for general, he should always charge, unless you can score enough damage. But if I take it a little easier just to show you what I mean, so you start the fight the same as you did before. Get the 2 strikes at a time, or at least close to. Now he'll start to charge. If he does, scimitar, follow him, let the cannon do the damage, then just keep wail on him when he's on the edge. But yeah, when he does charge, if you bounce off him once, you don't have to hit him directly on the head with the cannon. You can just cannon in front of him, he'll charge into it and it'll score that 5 damage for you. So you can get 3 cannon strikes and a scimitar bounce, then land by him, start to attack him. He should be down before he starts eating, which is the biggest important part of this fight. Otherwise you will stand to lose a lot of time. But because he's charged, I know his next phase is eating, so I don't have to do a delay on his shell. I can just go straight into cracking it. And then start to wail on him once he starts to eat. Now he's going to do a charge again. With this one, you'll only get 2 cannon strikes on him. One there, land by him, wail on him. He should be dead before he jumps. As long as you got it precise. So yeah, that's an example of if you need to use one weaker item. And just to show you pretty much what I mean, even if I go with the other way, I'll go Monster Milk, Super Pipe Ball, the outcome should be the same, although I will say there may be a chance he will at least get 1 stomp out. So same method again, jump up, just follow him. Right, he just charged there. He didn't look like he did, but there's a sound cue there of him charging, so I can crack his shell straight open. I should be able to anyway, as long as I haven't misgauged him. Then he'll go to eating. One, 2, land by him, well, and he's down. So, as you saw, even though I used a Monster Milk and a Super Pipe Ball instead of a Super Monster Milk and a regular Pipe Ball, the outcome for Squid Baron, as long as it's done right, will be the same. But that's pretty much how to handle the Squid Baron in general, depending on your item management. In terms of using an easier method of taking him down, it'll make the fight much longer. But pretty much it will just be a case of just try and avoid everything where you can, avoid his stomps. But that will completely change how his cycles work, and it'll make the fight much more awkward. So for this fight at least, although I will try to show how his full cycles will work should you lose damage or anything under those circumstances, then there is other ways of going about it. It's just a case of making sure you know what his cycles are. Just for this example, I'll go with 1 strong, 1 weak again. But this time I'm not going to follow him on certain things. So I'm going to be doing less damage intentionally. So like if I go up here, go with the 2 spikes, I'll start at the beginning the same. Just avoid him, try and maybe get a strike in if that. Just watch out, get a bit close. Just make sure I avoid him. He'll probably eat now. Yep. So he's gone to his eating phase in this case because I've took my time a bit and I haven't tried to get all the damage in. So if you want to take it easier, you will have to keep in mind that that's going to happen. Because he's now eaten, you can crack his shell straight away, but he's going to charge. Then just make sure to avoid. Now he's going to do rapid stomping. He'll do 3 stomps per each set, and he will do 3 sets of stomps, so to speak. And he will always go like to a far left, far right, and then back to the middle or something like that. Once he's done with that, he'll go back into his shell and go back to charging. And then he'll eat again. Then he'll charge again. And then he should stomp. Yep. And then he'll just repeat this cycle. He'll go back into his shell after this. Something like that. But that's if you choose to take it easier. So if you're only trying to score your main damage when he's stationary, that's pretty much what to expect from him. So say he'll always have the same type of patterning. You want to make sure you beat him before he eats. If you fail to beat him before he eats and you beat him during his eating phase, he's going to start with a charge, major stomps, then he'll go into his shell. From there you crack him open, he'll charge, eat, charge, go back into his stomps, and then if he has enough time he'll go back into his shell and he'll keep repeating that same loop as cycle. Right, in the event that you are in a very bad spot and you don't have any of the strong buffs, if you go purely by item management, well, again, this is all dependable really, because depends what way you followed. If you purchase that Super Monster Milk that I recommended earlier on in the run, then you'll always have one strong buff, so you should be fine. If you choose not to and go on RNG, you might find yourself with just a milk, just a pipe ball, or... well, you should at least have a pipe ball, I would have thought, but you may end up with no milk, and you may have to do the fight with just a pipe ball. But, as I say, just to show an example, if you end up using the 2 weaker items, even if you do the fight well, he should eat. I believe he does anyway, I'm pretty sure he does. There, he's in his eating phase now. You should go down during that eating phase. Even if you do the fight spot on with 2 of the weaker items, he's always going to eat. So then you've got to deal with the crazy stomps. So again, crack his shell open. He's going to charge straight away. You get a couple of strikes in beforehand, just follow him through. Then just, like with the first phase, just stay with him. He'll do 3 stomps per area. And he should go into his shell, and that's where you'll lose your buffs, but he's almost dead. 1 strike away.
And the Pirate's Curse.
So yeah. So it depends on what items you use, it's going to change Squid Baron's patterning. He's one of the main ones to he's the main boss to memorise for pattern memorisation, dependent on your item management. The other bosses, it's more like you're going to lose time and you're probably going to have to deal with more cycles, but the patterning doesn't change itself. So you don't need to memorise so much, you just need to know, like, right, I'm going to have to do this fight in 3 cycles, for example, which again I'll explain when I get to that point. But obviously I've got the strong items here, so I'm going to just use them just to get through the fight. Again, I did this in Teshi, so I've got at least a milk so I can do examples again with the other bosses. But just to show this fight again, if you go with the 2 strongest, follow him up, double scimitar, wail on him, try and score 2 or 3 shots a time, and then that'll be phase 1. Because he didn't charge, if he charges you can go straight to cracking his shell. If he doesn't, hover over him just behind him, and then as soon as he pulls back, scimitar. Cracks him open, he'll go to eating phase. And as long as your timing's right, you should be dead by the end of it. And that's pretty much the knowledge of Squid Boner. Did I miss anything by any chance on that? I think I covered everything.
Oh yeah.
Very thorough, yeah. Also, I'm trying to offer pretty much anything for, so if they start from beginner or they go with advanced straps. Just going to quickly check on my my main vape, just make sure it's charged or not. Nope, still charging, okay. Alright. So we move on from here. I didn't do it in this, but by the end, once you've selected your items for each boss fight, normally you'd want to move yourself over to flare so you're ready to flare out straight away. It's not the biggest major to do it that way, even if you leave yourself on one of these items, just make sure to go into your menu, move over and flare out. But we'd usually try and make sure we're hovering over the flare at the boss fights for most of them, apart from one, which is the Cycles plant, so we can just hit the shoulder buttons and go. I appreciate it, Nori. I'm glad that it's coming through well, that at least it sees well, because I weren't too sure if a tutorial for me would be good enough, if I'm honest, because obviously I've not done anything like this before, so I'm glad it's coming through well. So that's good. Right, so next up would be Mudbog Island, but you don't want to go there yet, because by the time you get to the end, the next part, you need another item. So before you go into mud bogs, you need to bring yourself back to Skulltown. And luckily you're not going to be here for too long. You just want to move to the left and into here, and you want to talk to Bolo. Now that fossil you picked up earlier on Spiderweb is going to come into play now. And he'll... Oh, as well as the X-ray spec, sorry. And now he'll decipher that the fossil's a death mass. This is the item you need to progress through Mudbog Island. So that'll be that done. So from this point, you'd go straight out. Just for my purpose, I'm just going to go to the shop. I'm just going to pick up a few things in general, just so I've got all the items I can to explain certain things. But as you can see, in this run, I don't have a bubble. In the event of, if you go Scorp Gal grinding, and you go for all the two major items, your milks and your super pipe balls, the one thing you will need to still keep in mind is your bubble shield. So if you're under the event that you don't have a bubble shield, then you're going to want, from your final shop, to purchase that bubble. That bubble is going to be important to you. Although it's not mandatory to do the run, it's highly recommended. But apart from that, your final shop would always be 2 flares. If you haven't already gotten all your flares by this point, if you've not gone major risks and relying on RNG, which I don't recommend you go for straight away. But your final shop would always be 2 flares and whatever else you require for the run. Depends on how you've done it. So, for example, if you've done like a hybrid with the Scorp Gals, or you've just outright skipped them, then there's a chance that you're not going to have everything that you need, and you're going to now have to start thinking at this point from where your gems are to your final shop. What items am I missing? How much gems do I need to purchase all them items? And then go about it that way. But in the event of you've got everything, you've done the Scorp Gal grind, you've got all the majors, you're going to want 2 flares, that's a minimum, which I'm not going to pick up now, I'll pick them up later. But you're also going to want to pick up a bubble shield if you haven't got the drop. I'm going to pick up 3 just for shits and giggles. Let's see. Let's pick up some potions as well. Is there anything else on you? 3 super pipe balls just for shits and giggles. As I say, this shop list don't take as part of the tutorial, I'm just doing this just because. I've at least got 1 milk to do for an example, so that's fine. Alright, that'll do. I've got more than enough to be able to explain different aspects. But yeah, generally in the run, you'll enter, you'll come to the left, go talk to Bolo. You've got the fossil already from Spiderweb Island. That'll turn into the death mask. Then you'll go speak to Risky, exit out, and then you can return to Mudbog Island. Now this is a casual's nightmare. From this point through to Dagrun, there's plenty of enemies that will do a healthy amount of damage. Most of the enemies on Mudbogs will do about 2 points of damage. Other enemies in the next area of the Village of Lost Souls will do 3, 4, even 5 sometimes. So you've got to be very careful here with how you handle your health, because you could be in a bad spot. So for newcomers, I'd recommend making sure you keep that auto potion, or at least consider purchasing another one in a bad event. So at least you've got more security. But like anywhere else, Mudbog can be approached multiple ways. There's no one way of going through it. It's pretty much to get the fastest method through. Keep your charge for as long as you can. Don't hit anything that is going to stun you, and you should be fine. But as I say, there's different ways to do it. The way I generally go is I have a particular pattern. As soon as I run in, I'll do a strong jump and glide. Tap cannon, strong cannon. Then I'll hold the hat button ready to skip through here. 2 strong cannon jumps here, just to get yourself over here. Hover with 2 tap cannons quickly to get me here. But as I say, that's just one example. I'm just going to run back just to try not to die now. See, this is the problem if you do fuck up, because look at all this shit. Oh dear, oh dear. This is the problem if you do mess up. Obviously I'm not used to running backwards on myself in this area, so... So you've got to be very cautious of stuff like that. That could easily happen and could make things go wrong. Because you lose your speed boost, you can lose a lot of damage. So, we can lose a lot of health, sorry, so there is that. But as I say, there's different ways of approaching the section. As I say, you could do what I just did there. I could just tap here, not tap there. Obviously, I don't know different methods properly, but I'm just trying to give examples on the fly. so to speak. So like, tap there, glide. Okay, I've hit him, but that doesn't matter. As I say, if you hit something, you only lose fractions of time, so it's not a big deal. Just run through these guys, do a cannon there. I don't even need to use the hat there if I don't want to. And then you're back, then you're into here. And again, this is another spot where momentumless boots can come into play if you can pull it off, but I bloody can't. Oh. No. But if you can get momentumless boots, you'll land and you'll go straight for a charge and you'll be able to continue. Otherwise, you'd come in here, you'd jump to avoid the bonk, and then you do another risky shuffle to continue. As soon as you enter this screen, tap jump, glide and release. Pretty much, I would say, when you start to see that bit of scenery is when you want to release your hat. Try not to die, turkey. Maybe I'll just put a save here just in case. Yeah, this room pretty much is done in the same way for the most part if you want to get through it whilst keeping your charge. I mean, you could just do a jump cannon there, I guess, and continue running. You'll hit something, but you'll be able to keep your charge no matter what. As I say, if you go with the hover technique, as I say, tap, hover, once you see that bit of scenery, you can release and you should be able to fall through. Then here, just tap cannon glide, strong cannon, and through. As I say, that's just one way of going about the screen. I hate Mudbog so much. It is a casual nightmare, but again, once you get used to it, it's not the biggest of deals overall in the run. It's a case of find a pattern that you feel comfortable with and stick to that pattern. Once that's in your mind, you can pretty much do the same thing over and over when you're here, and you should be able to get through comfortably. As I say, different ways of doing about it. As I say, this time I can just jump and glide and fail. Okay. There are multiple members, I promise! I just can't do them! So, jump, 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 like there's 3 cannons in the middle there randomly. I've hit something there and got a pirate flare, luckily, but as I say, it's just showing that you don't have to stick with one pattern to do this. You can mess around with it, you can find a method that works for you, that you're comfortable with, and you can get through. The main key thing to remember is keep your charge throughout. Don't bonk on anything. And when you get to the save guy, that's when you're going to need to more than likely redo your charge and then do the next 2 screens without bonking on anything and losing your charge. Then you get to him. Is that a mint? No, it's not. Is it? Pepsi. Right, so here's the guy, he saw blue can. Fair enough. Right, so you get to here. Now he detects something strange with you. This is because you've now got the death mask. If you don't have the death mask, this is where you get stuck. And you don't want that. So make sure to remember, once you're done with Squid Baron, don't go to Mudbox, get back to Scuttletown. Go to the left, get your death mask, and then return here. Put on the death mask, and now you're ready to advance into the Village of Lost Souls, where you're looking to pick up 3 coins to play with the gamers, and they are annoying because they are RNG as well, so they could cost you a lot of time. But before you enter, you want to do a shuffle, get as close to those as you want, keep holding to the right. You can throw a hat in there to avoid the bonk. Just keep charging, tap at the edge and then hold your hat, and you should fall straight into this door here. And as I say, that's just one way of doing that. I don't know if I'm going to be able to pull this up, but I've seen other people do it in a different way where they sort of like fall through and then cannon up like that. So again, how you approach that room is up to you. But once you get through there, just keep going. So just keep holding right. You won't hit anything, and you'll end up in this room here where you can get your first coin. Now again, as I say, your item management is always going to alter how you do the run. Like for example, you don't need food in general for skips because this is no out of bounds, but you could keep them back for health. but you could also use them, as I mentioned earlier in the run, for an animation skip. So if you've got any food here and you're not worried about healing, you can just get your food out, jump on it, mash your shoulder buttons, skip the animation, saves you about 2 to 3 seconds of time. That's up to you. Again, if you've got all your items, you'll be proceeding to just get through this section as quick as you can. So you just go 3 cannons up to here, and then you'll get your 3 cannons up into this loading zone. But on top of that, for those that are not using the Scorch Gal grind and want to take more of a risk, and they need gems to continue with the run, there's 100 gems that you can get quite easily en route. Well, there's 120 within this next split, where you can get quite easily for about 10-12 seconds. So it's a second per 10 gems that will help you out if you are relying on the RNG to a degree, but you're short of items and you need to pick up some others. So if you're in that position, what you would do here depends on how much gems you need, will depend on which gems you collect. Again, that comes with experience, but all the main gem points in here are as thus. Your first one will be in this wall, so you'll hit this wall, just quickly absorb them, jump up here, cannon onto there, then you can proceed up to get the green coin, which is just here to the left, and collect it. Welcome back, Moni. In time for my favourite, the gamers. Yeah, so you've got the 20 gems in that wall there, should you need them. Then you just proceed to jump down. Now, here comes something that is a bit weird, and I can't really explain exactly what it is, but as you've seen, usually you charge into a room, you're fine. But here, if you charge, you have an invisible wall that'll stop you. So you can approach this in one of 2 ways. You can just enter the room, get on this platform, do your risky shuffle, and then proceed to come down here to the lower left. Or the one that most of the runners generally use, because you're at least starting a bit of a charge here. It's not much, say like a half second, but you're starting your charge here. So what you can do is you can start your charge, time it right, so when you've got the charge ready, you'll go into this loading zone, and then when the screen loads up, you'll strike your charge, so you begin your charge. So you get your charge, go in, activate your charge, and you're free. Then you come to here. Again, a couple of ways of approaching. I mean, obviously you wouldn't release your charge. You'd just be still charging all the way through. So when you enter this room with your charge, you can glide, hat, and then just fall. Let's get back up there. Some people prefer to do like a jump and hover, and then fall through. I know I hit jump there, just ignore that. Or another way, which actually I didn't realise at the time, but I saw someone have. You'll lose a bit of time through the stun, but if you'd rather not do any jumps, you can just hold left, and you'll just break through these blocks down low, and you'll reach where you're after. Alright, now you've got random ghost spawns here, which is a pain in the backside, so you may get trolled in this room, so you've got to be cautious. But usually you just charge through, follow around, get yourself down. So I got lucky there, the ghost didn't get in my way. But then you can proceed there. Again, if you still need gems, there's 30 gems in this platform here, which usually you'd have to break the block here to get down there. But another method, which is what we use, there's actually a gap, a crawling gap there. Die ghost. You can actually use your pistol. 3 shots in, that breaks all 3 pops, and you can absorb them that way, which is obviously the main method. This is also a really good spot for gem grinders, so if you really are behind on gems, you can just exit out to the screen, re-enter, 1, 2, 3, watch out for the ghost, absorb the gems, and you're good. So you can keep doing that back and forth method in order to obtain even more gems. It costs you about 6 seconds of grind for this particular grind zone. So you have that as an option. Here, you'll just charge through here, and you can just keep holding left, right, I don't know direction. You can keep holding right just to break through, and then when you're on your way back, you can do the exact same thing. If you want to just save that little bit of time to not bonk, with this one you can just do a strong jump to get over there. Here, you just come up, try and hit the chest if you can. And that's your 3rd coin, so you've got all 3 coins ready now to do the gamers. And again, if you need some extra gems when you're charging into this room, instead of jumping, you can just hit that wall there. then jump up, break the chest open, absorb those gems, then you can collect the coin. Then you can proceed to charge back through. As I say, with this next room you can just keep holding left if you wish and break through all of them, or you can just do a cannon jump up and over there. And once again, if you want more gems, you've got gems there to collect, then you can make your way up. Now, because of the way the ghosts spawn in this room is, they can be in a very awkward spot. So, I mean, there's ways you can do it. Wait for that first ghost, jump up here just to see where that ghost is, and then continue jumps. You can just jump all the way up and hope you don't get hit. I would generally advise, at first, to jump onto this ledge here, because then that automatically spawns the 2 ghosts near you, so you know where they are then you can proceed to jump up and be able to make sure you evade them. If you're charging through and you're not doing any gem grinds, you can just go quick cannon up there, there's the ghosts. I got cocky by trying to go through the gap of them, which cost me a little bit there, but you see what I mean. By jumping on that lip, it spawns the next 2 ghosts, so you can pick where you jump from there, so you know where you're going. And then again, you can just proceed to just cannon your way out of here, if you so fit. Maybe do a risky charge here if you want. Try to avoid your head there. If you do a risky charge here, you're probably better off using your hat and then cannoning through. But usually we'd enter this room. I'm just going to reset it just to reset the enemies. Come in here, jump onto this platform, risky shuffle, jump, cannon up, and then through. And then now you're here with the gamers. Welcome to RNG Incarnate. Right, so you're basically going to be having a game of heads and tails with them. To speak to them twice to activate them, so tell me heads or tails. Now, again, if you want to select tails, it's up to you, but you lose, again, just that fraction bit by just going down to tails, and because it's RNG, you don't know what you're going to get. So you're better off, personally, just keep hitting heads and see what happens. But you can alternate as you see fit. And then pretty much that's all you do, just mash on there. If you guess correct, it's also why I would suggest sticking with heads as well, because as soon as you see them say heads, you know you got it right, you move on to the next gamer. 2 heads. And he trolls me. So he gave me a tails. So you get a tails from any of them, you go back to the start. So if he gives you tails, you just continue talking to him. If she gives you tails, you turn around and you can still talk to the blue gamer from this side of him, so you don't have to go back to the left-hand side. And again with the red gamer, you'll always go back to the blue gamer. But they at least was kind enough to put a fail-safe into this game. So there's 2 fails. So back to start. Why am I hitting the jump button? 3, right. So I've just lost 3 times now to the gamers. But that's where the fail-safe comes in. As soon as you fail 3 times, the 4th time is always a guaranteed win. So I know that's going to be heads. If I want, I'll just select tails, it's going to be tails. I'll just select tails again, I know it's going to be tails. I already know, because I've failed 3 times, the 4th one is always a guarantee. But still stick with heads, is what I would suggest. That gives you the locket. Which is very quickly used up to just speak to this inconspicuous character who looks nothing like the love of my life. Wow, I've really changed in my time. And you'll get the Hope of Flame. So you can proceed up and over. You'll want to come back up here. This time you'll go to the right, to this little pit, and that's where you'll use the Hopeful Flame. And he'll give you the key to the next dungeon, known as the Manly Musk, because apparently you can't enter the next dungeon unless you smell like a dirty old man. So smell like me, you'll be fine, and you'll have no problem. But yeah, that's what you need to get. You need to get the Manly Musk. Then you can proceed. It's up to you what you do. You can do a shuffle here if you want to proceed. You can fall down here and then do a shuffle, or you can just hold right and just get into this room. Because you want to go back to where the blue coin is. Release your Manly Musk. Turkey's chain. That might be. Who knows? Fuck it, they say the people you pick on the most is who you love, so... Well, if we're children, and let's face fact, I'm just one big kid. With a very fucked up brain. But right, so that's the Village of Lost Souls. as well as the multiple points of the run where you can pick up gems in order to boost your gem count and pick up whatever items you may be missing as such. But then now you can enter here. Right, so you've lit a suffering. You'd usually start off with a charge. However, if you really want an extra few, if you want extra 10 gems, you can just do a jump and a shot here. That'll smash a pot just there, so you can get another 10 gems there if you wish. Start your shuffle. Right, as soon as you hit him, jump. Strong cannon glide, strong cannon glide. As soon as you hit that, see that lip, do another strong cannon, and you should glide straight through the door. As I say, once again, there's more than one way of approaching each room. There's a lot of that, so the way I do it is not necessarily the way you have to do it. You can choose to do it as you see fit. So I could just keep running there, do a little glide. I can go underneath them if I want to, come through there, just hit him just for shits and giggles, and then glide very low there, just as an example. And then you get to this point, next save guy. Right, so we've got a 10 gem pot, that's to the right there. So again, if you need it, you can collect it. One of two ways of going about it. As soon as you enter the room, better reset it. As soon as you enter the room, you can just come to the edge here, do a strong jump. That'll put you onto the lift there, so you can hopefully smash it on your way down. You can even get that 5 pot there, or potential 5 pot. Another way is to delay, then move forward, and then try and shoot the pot, as you can see on this. There's that. Oh, that's disappeared now, but there's a little pot there which, if you're low on health, you can turn around, shoot. It will be a full health regeneration. So you can refill your health that way. And then proceed to the next room, do a quick shuffle there, jump over, scimitar in between these 2 pillars. That should open the blocks down below to allow you in to this section. There's another gem pot there. You can try and shoot it on the way down, or just jump up and shoot it if you really need the gems. If you don't, you can just proceed over here. Now this may do any casual nightmares head in, but thankfully we have risky shuffle. So you'd hit that switch, and then you can just use this bit of ledge to do your risky shuffle. Now I did that on purpose, believe it or not, because again, if you want to try and get your risky shuffle sooner, as soon as you hit the switch, you can go straight into doing a risky shuffle. Then you can move over to the right and proceed. Jump over him, tap cannon, glide and release. Or again, it's up to you how you do it. You can just spam cannon and then use hat and just make sure you hit the wall, see him across and over ready. Let's get them up. And then we are on Dagron. People do not like this boss fight. For good reason as well. He's not technically one of the hard bosses. He's not too bad to fight overall. But he has a habit of, when you make a mistake, he's going to make you pay for it. He does a lot of damage. When you're on 2 heart runs, he does about 3 points worth of damage. That's 3/4 of your heart. At the later phases of his battle, if he knocks you down because he's going much faster at this point, you're likely to get hit twice, so you're going to lose 6 points of damage, so you're going to be near death. I think my other vape is charged, so I'm just going to quickly grab that. Okay. My apologies for the delay. Thank God, got my main vape on now. I can get some good nicotine out of that. Right, so I say you have to at least be careful on how you go about it, because he can hurt, and he can hurt badly. But otherwise, he generally follows the same type of patterning. I mean, just for the start of this fight, I'm not going to attack, I'm just going to evade, just to show you basically what he does. Right, so the beginning of the fight is always the same. You want to move to the far right, because he's going to swoop in from the left. So now he has a couple of options. He could swoop in short, like that, or he could swoop in far, which will be all the way to there. And that's pretty much all Dagron's going to do throughout this fight. He could go all the way, he could do short, he can go long, that is down to him. So you just need to be ready for which one he goes for, and then gauge and attack accordingly. On top of that, if you listen out, that roar is a sound cue to know that he's on his way, or he's about to swoop in. So you can use that as your guide. On top of that, we also use visual cue here. Now again, it's up to you. I've seen people that can do that can gauge him very well will actually try and jump into him from about there. So they're sort of like stand at a point and then they'll jump in to swipe him. I would suggest not. I still don't even do that. I stick in one line, and your cues for that is these pillars at the far end. These two big blue pillars, you want to stand on the inside of them. Activate whichever items you use. So in this case, if I use the two strongest, I'll just wait for him. Right. So again, you want to use his sound cues to know when he's about to come out. Right, I'm just going to take that and let him hit me again. And see, that's what I mean by the damage. But so you listen through it out, stand just on the edge, jump up, swipe him. Then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Count about 8. He's going to go up. Then you got to watch out because he's now going faster. Down. The more damage you do to him through the fight, the faster he gets. So at the start, you can stick with going vertically on the visual cue along that pole and get the swipe down, and then timing your cannons right. Alright chap, take it easy mate, catch you later buddy. So yeah, again, it's a boss that you need to get a bit of a feel for, but overall, once you've got a good idea of him, he's not too bad, but just try not to take too much damage against him. This is one boss fight I don't usually get my items equipped until I'm in the fight. Although it doesn't really matter, you can do it before if you want. So the idea is to listen for him out. So as soon as you get over, get what items you want. There's a sound cue, just try to avoid him. Try not to do that. Five, 6, 7, 8, and then he gets ready for an ascension. Right, he's gone short there, so I know to jump in. So it's stuff like that you've just got to pay attention to. You don't know if he's going to go long or short. So if he goes short, it's again a case of a feel, because if he's going to go long, you'll see him come in just that bit quicker. If he takes a bit longer, then he's gone short. You need to jump into him. Also to note, when he goes short, or at least from my experience, when he goes short, and once I whip him, I cannon and I do attack cannon again. That's mainly because from my experience, when he goes short, when you just whip him and you fall down, the spike on his tail is usually on the floor in your way, so that is likely to hit you. So I tend to do the cannon as just to make sure I don't get hit by him. But again, as I say, he goes faster as the fight goes on. That's for the more damage you do. So just keep in mind that if he's going to go long when he's going fast, I tend to jump up vertically to start, then I'll curve out away from him and then curve back in to make sure that he doesn't catch me as I'm trying to ascend up to get the strike in, to knock him down. Welcome to the chat room, how's it going X? Welcome to the stream, you're doing well bud. But apart from that, that's pretty much Dagron in a nutshell. The only differences to really note with him is based on your item management, and again, the strength of your items is going to determine how long or how many cycle rounds he's going to go for, or how, at the bare minimal at least. The two strongest, as long as you can get some whip ascensions, which is why I was counting them out. When you get once you get him down, you do 8 hair whips. That is roughly when he's going to start ascending. So the aim of that then is to get ready to start jumping up, cannon, like hitting cannon and whip, similar or slight alternations, to try and follow him up, to try and get a couple more strikes in at the same time. If you can at least do that relatively well with the two strongest items, you should be pretty comfortable in getting him in 2 rounds. Again, it doesn't matter which order you go. If you go Monster Milk Super Pike or Monster Milk Regular Pike, you should be able to take him down in 3 rounds. This is one fight where the 2 weakest isn't as much of a major, because that is usually 4 rounds for that against him. Although I think even with those 2, if you can get enough Ascension climb damage in, you might be able to take him down in 3 with that, which would then in turn with the 1 weakest you may be able to get him down in 2 with the right Ascension levels. But the usual guidelines, the basic guidelines is the two strongest, you've got a chance of taking him down in 2 rounds. One of them being weaker, you should be able to take him down in 3. Both weakest should be 4. But on top of that, there's another one you can go with, which is just a super pipe ball, which I'll show in a moment. But just for this example, if I go with 1 weak, 1 strong, you should be able to take him down in 3, as long as you don't miss him. So again, use the blue pillar, stay to the side of it, listen for him. Jade, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Start to ascend with him. He's gone short, so... Oh, I missed, it's okay. And that's the problem if you take damage. Because you can see there, I took 2 hits and he just owned me. And that was 3 rounds of damage I'd done to him, but it was more like 5 rounds because I messed up and I got hit. But as I say, it's just rough general guidelines to keep in mind. Because it's usually towards the end of the fight where the time loss or time gain matters. Dropping a weaker item each one, maybe 1 extra cycle, but because Dagger's going faster at that point, for each weaker item you go, you're going to be losing anywhere from 3 to 5 seconds, roughly. So I would say if you go by not worrying about getting the strongest items for every boss, this will be one of the bosses where using the weaker items isn't going to be a big major to you. You'll only lose like 5 to 7 seconds in comparison to some of the other bosses like Squid Baron, where the difference of items you use can cost you anywhere from 6 seconds to up to 20 seconds, dependable. And still, Maggot, although he's an easy boss in general, he is a big time consumer if you're not using the right items, so more on that when I get to him. But apart from that, the strategy to him is pretty much the same. No matter what item management you use, you'd always use the same guides, listen out for the same cues, pay attention to the long or short distance, get the strikes in, get the damage in, follow him up in Ascension and try to score as much damage as you humanly can. But it's always just the general key is, once you 2 strongest, I can take him down in 2. 1 weak, take him down in 3. Both weak, take him down in 4. That's the general guideline. So if I go 2 weeks, oh, he went short. Down in 4. It would have been, well, it's down in 5, but that would have been 4 if I'd have hit him on that short cycle, but that's just down to me misgauging on that time. But as you saw, he swooped in very quickly as well, so you know you're not going to be losing too much time, so you know he's going to swoop in very quickly next. But as in one of the other fights, as you saw, once he's in the faster cycles, once he knocks you down once, you're likely to get hit a second time. Pretty much, well, you're guaranteed to get hit a second time, no matter what, when it's in the later part of the fight, so you're going to lose a lot of health. That's the real big problem with Dagon. But just to show one more little example, again, I would even say, even if you take the fight on with just a regular pipe ball on its own, I mean, you're going to be looking at 6 rounds, maybe 5. In fact, I'm not 100% certain. Let's actually try that out. Yeah, this is a very slow run. I honestly thought this tutorial would have ended up being around the 3-hour marker, but I didn't realise how much I'm really talking about it. That it's actually going to be closer to 4.5 to 5 hours now. So obviously I've gone more in depth than I originally thought I was going to, but now that's what you get for Rambling Bird. So, right, anyway, for this example, I just want to, because I can't quite remember, I'm pretty sure it's 6, but even if you go with a single pipe ball, for example, right, I missed that. Oh wow, this is bad. So that would be 2. 3. 4. 5. 6. So yeah, even with a single pipe ball, you're looking at 6 rounds. So yeah, it wouldn't be recommended if you can avoid having to just go for a single pipe ball and nothing at all. Then of course you don't want to go for that, 'cause that's going to be quite a bit of a time loss for Dagran in general. I mean, that's pretty much like Squid Baron levels of losing time. But as I say, the item setup you can go in with this fight isn't so bad overall. As I say, using the 2 weaker items versus using the 2 stronger, you're going to lose 2 cycles, you're probably going to lose 6-7 seconds. Not the biggest time loss and not the biggest worry. And even with this example, I'm going to be doing the fight with just a regular pike ball. No, not regular, sorry, a super pike. Which, thanks to a fellow runner, found out you can actually take Dagran down in 4 rounds with just a super pike ball on its own. So, super pike ball on its own can be done in as effect the same as using the 2 weakest. But you do have to get several Ascension strikes with it, otherwise you won't get the full. So you've got to get some good Ascension striking in to make that work. And down. So that's just duly noted. So just to repeat myself again, if you go 2 strongest, you can take him down in 2, but it might be 3. One of the weakest, one of the strongest, doesn't matter which way you go about it, 3 rounds. Both weakest, 4 rounds. A super pipe ball on its own, no milk, can be done in 4, but it's riskier because you have to get some Ascension damage in there to make that work. Anything below that, you're looking at least 6 rounds minimum. Unless you score major Ascension damage, then you might be able to squeeze a 5 rounder in. So that's pretty much Dagran. Tutorial world record. I think I've probably got one of the longest tutorials going around at the moment for one bloody category. Then again, it seems that I've kind of gone from potentially setting up a beginner's tutorial to actually setting up a tutorial that caters for anyone. So, whoops. Yeah, basically, X agreed. If you don't at least have a single pipe ball for Dagran, then the game hates you. But yeah, you should be okay. In general, you should at least have the 2 weakest to work with. Even so, you can always work in your run at an earlier point, collecting more gems earlier, so when you go for the Death Mask, you end up taking an additional shot to pick up, like a milk, to use for the fight. So, again, it's entirely up to you. The way you can run this game is pretty limitless, in a sense. There's more than one way of running the game, and just run it how you feel comfortable and how you enjoy running it. So, right, so now we're about to exit out. Now, at least I will say there was gems in the wall in this next room that I mentioned earlier here, which you can collect again. So if you're still short of gems, there's always that wall there. But otherwise, you should be aiming, theoretically, by this point of the run, if you're not going through all the Squat Gals and you are short on certain items that you need, by this point of the run, ideally, you should have at least been able to grind out the gems or collect enough gems that you need to pick up what items you remain. So at least for the rest of the run, you're safe, and you just got to remember what your shop list is going to be when you get to the shop. There isn't really any other major gem point you can go for without going out your way by this point of the run, but there is some enemies you can kill which have a much lower rate drop compared to the Squat Gals, but you can get same drops out of them. So there is that chance you could take, which would only cost you up to a second, so there's no major doing that. But now you're just trying to exit out. Here, you can do the same thing again to phase through that wall, as mentioned earlier, to get here. And then you just do a quick hop and glide to get through. Otherwise, again, if you don't want to go for that and you want to charge in the room, you can do the charge here, and then do a strong jump followed by a glide, and that'll get you through. You're just aiming to exit out because you can't use flares indoors. So you've got to make your way back out here. And once you're here, you can then flare.
Activated.
Okay, so now we move on to Frostbite Island. Right, the first section, pretty much you're just trying to get from left to right. Try and stay in the air for as long as you can. You work out your footing and positionings as you go. Sorry, Hellkiff, you know it's not going to happen. But you could do, again, this area however you want. You can open up here by just doing several cannons, dropping behind him. Do a couple more cannons, just hit him on the head just because you want to. But the idea is to just float over everything. Now these are the wolves. These are the enemies I mentioned you can run into with your scimitar to potentially get more major drops. But their drops are much rarer, as they only take like 2 hits to kill. I will also warn you in advance, if you lose your charge, try not to get hit by these guys, because as you'll see, they hurt. That's 6 points of damage gone. So you don't want to get hit by those wolves, they're the most damaging enemy of the game. Yay, but slides. But you pretty much, for this entire section, you want to try and get from one end to the other without losing your charge. But you will be stopped at least at one point. Usually this is how I go about it. I'll take a jump up there and just quickly glide over. Use my glide, 1 cannon strike, 2 cannon strike on that tree. Then you reach Ammo Baron and Techno Baron. Right, from there, this is the quickest charge you can do, so to speak. Well, it's the same amount of time to actually get the charge, but it's the quickest shuffle to do. So all you need to do is literally that. Just that little fraction and you're good. And then you proceed on from here. Yes, X. As I say, the idea is to try and keep your charge as much as you can, and because this next set of screens have a lot of air room, you can pretty much stay in the air for as long as you want, so... Is it? Well, A, I didn't know, and B, why not? Is it a soft lock? Oh, so you just skip that and you essentially fucked yourself over. Oh, right. Yeah, so that's not a wise thing to do, obviously. Yeah, as I say, try and keep your charge from Ammo Baron, from the Techno Baron, all the way through from this point on. Again, it's up to you to stay in the air, but I would say at least get to here while still being on the floor moderately, so you've got all your cannon strikes. Keep your charge, glide, cannon, cannon, cannon to get through there. You can just do 3 quick cannons there and you should make it pretty much all the way through. But again, it all depends on whether you want to avoid these wolves or not. If you want to try and avoid the wolves best you can, then try and cannon shot, use your cannon shots in gaps where the wolves aren't. I tend to do this a little awkward, to be fair. I tend to go jump on the edge of there, then I'll cannon here, then cannon up, and then that'll take me all the way through to the end of the screen. But as I mentioned earlier, you can sacrifice about a second if you want to try and get some additional drops, although, as I say, they're stingy by taking on these wolves. You'll be using a lot more tap jumping on this one, so you go into him, tap jump to him, tap jump to him, tap jump to him, jump in a little glide to him, follow that down. As soon as you kill this bottom wolf, tap up and you're through. Then here, jump, glide, land, get your cannon, double jump, then you're up. But as I said, you can figure out your own methods by all means. As I say, just the main thing is to just don't lose your charge to get all the way through. This one's the easiest one, just 1 strong cannon there, glide over here, just jump and glide and you're safe. And then you're in this room and you just want to basically get all the way to the top. Usually we'll just chain up and stick to the right for the first 2 sets. and then come into the middle to evade the spike pillars. But again, you approach as you wish, but just the main thing is to get used to timing your chain jumping to be able to access up here. Right, so propeller town, you could just keep holding right and then use just go from there. I tend to do a charge here. I don't really know if it's really worth it or not, but you pretty much want to get here. As soon as you're in this room, so first room past the save guy, go up and then to the left. Yes, X. Yes, X. So quick now. Come on. Okay. So pretty much just hit the load and just go into the screen before the chains. Don't. Oh, when you're going all the way up. Oh yeah, because there's a risk of a soft lock there. That's a good point. So yeah, try not to trigger any of your items as you're climbing up that final chain, because you will run the risk of soft locking, because that has happened to me before as well, so I know what you mean. Right, so now you got this part, so we got to head to the left to progress through. Now again, it's up to you how you go by this. We'd usually use a risky charge. You could just do something like this and just try and glide over, but you're going to need to space your hats out with that, because obviously cannoning over doesn't work straight away, so you want to just sort of jump, glide, cannon up, jump, glide, cannon up, jump, glide, cannon up. You should reach that platform. Should. But you got to space them out pretty tightly to do that. Oh, apparently you can't reach it then. I stand corrected, I thought you could. Alright, so ignore that bit. So in that case then you need to grab onto the chain there and go across, but we usually do a risky charge over. You want to use strong cannons pretty much straight away, so you can go 1, 2, 3, then glide. What? Okay, apparently I bumped my head. Okay, I don't know this bit apparently. Right, try again. To get your charge, do 2 cannon strikes then instead, then glide, then do 1 more a bit later on, and you should get across there. You can keep your charge into this room, but there is an invisible wall. So if you do go for that, you'll hit the wall and fall off. So you can just use a cannon strike to just drop there, or you can glide down. Another thing to note: if you also choose to, when you get to this point when you're gliding, you can just drop yourself down, restart a charge, and go for the wall like earlier, and then activate your charge to drop down through that way. When you charge into this next room, you want to be doing a jump buffer. So once you go in, hold your jump button ready. That'll jump ready automatically. Tap cannon, and you're here. Then you just got to ascend upwards. You can keep cannoning up. Use this bit of airlift if you want. You can grab onto this chain, cannon up through here, then glide up here. If you want to play safe, there is a save guide just here for safety. But usually you just glide up, just come through this section here, try not to hit the spikes. Oh dear, I'm bad. And then just jump through this gap here. You can also just go across here if you wish, and go up and around. Then you've got another risky shuffle here, but you've got to watch out because you've got a bit of an ice slip here. And again, all you want to do is just keep yourself in the air. You got these air currents that'll keep you up and above. If you wanted to try and score a couple of extra loose gems, which are like just very small, you can do. Just hop over there when you enter this room. You should have your charge so you can just jump into this air current here. Now again, you can just follow the air currents to make your way across. Or what we generally do is once we get through here, we go right, left. When we get to here, go up a little bit, move to the left, and try and triple cannon your way up there. And I feel ashamed that I didn't even do that right. Wow. I can't play this game anymore. Then you just cut through the gap there, skipping that whole right side out. And then this will be another example of well, you don't need to do a shuffle here, you can just hold left, that'll take you through. You'll have just about enough time to activate a charge. But again, this is an example of doing a jump buffer. This one you do need a jump buffer on to just about miss the lip, otherwise you'll catch yourself. So as soon as you enter that room, just hold up the jump button, that'll get you through. Just glide and cannon your way across. Cut yourself through and down to the right, and you're at Bolo. Right, now you're here, flare out, you've got what you need as the targeting module. We worship the Bolo, worship him I tell you. Sorry Hellkif, I just have to. You don't have to worship him, that's just my little thing. Yeah, you're just getting up there to get to Bolo, talk to him, he'll give you the targeting module. Then you can flare out and then you can begin your little bit of backtracking here. So now you go back to Spiderweb Island. Now you can use the same methods that you used prior to get across. But instead of going up on this screen, just keep going to the right. This will bring you back to Poe. And he'll take you back to the right hand side, because we need to go and speak to Abner and Rocky Tops to get the Lost Soul deciphered. So another quick shuffle there, just so we can get through this stretch of screen at speed. And right, so we give him the Lost Soul, and they decipher that to be the spirit of Joe. So now we can get the next section done. Right, I need to pee, so just give me a moment. Sorry again. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. Alright, so now we've got the Lost Soul, or the Spirit of Joe. Right, I've still got a flare. Why have I still got a flare? Oh, I got a flare drop, didn't I? Okay. Sorry, I forgot about that, but usually by this point of the run you'd have no flares, which is usually meaning we got a lot of backtracking. So when you get to this point and you get the soul deciphered, you should have 0 flares unless you've got a lucky drop like I did, but usually then you talk to Abner again. So remember to talk to him, because he'll trade you the Death Mask for a Pirate Flare. So now you have the flare to get out of here.
Flare activated.
Fuck me, confused myself there. Why have I got a flare? This don't make sense. Right, so that's now Spiderweb done. So all islands are clear for the run except for Scuttle and Frostbite. So we can just go back to Scuttletown now. You're going crazy because this is the point where I'd pick up the other flares. Unless I picked them up earlier in the run, as I say that because I had experience, but for the purpose of this tutorial, I'm keeping this shop in mind. So you shouldn't have any flares, and you'd have used your last flare there. So this will be the point where if you need anything else, you go back to this would be where you go back to the shop to pick up what you need and what you're missing or require. If you need anything else, if you've done the Scorp Girl grind and you've gotten that bubble drop that you wanted, and you've already picked up all your flares earlier. If you do decide to go for all your flares earlier, then on that second shop where you got the 3 flares and the Super Monster Mill, you'd pick up 2 more flares. And then that would also help you to negate this shop. But as I say, how you work your item management will come with experience and in time. But for general purposes, this will be your final shop where you get your last 2 flares. and whatever other items you need if you are missing anything. So, be 2 flares and good, but because I've got a lot more gems, I'm just going to pick up a lot of random stuff. Just because now I've got far too many items. But yeah, your general shop here will be 2 flares and you're good. Unless you don't do any squat ground grinding and you are short of any items, then whatever you've grinded for those items, this is where you pick it up as well. Generally, I would say if you've got to grind for milks, make sure you keep in mind to grind for super milks, because if you're going to use super monster milks on any bosses, the 2 major ones are the 2 coming up. One of them is more for safety purpose, which I'll explain later, and the other one is for the final boss, which realistically you want to have the 2 strongest, although you can do the fight with 1 weaker one and still be fine. But for starting off, I'd make sure for the Pirate Master fight you have the 2 strongest. But once you're done with your shot, once you've got the 2 mandatory flares and whatever else you require, you've now got to give the sword to Branson. So you come through here. Now it's up to you if you avoid the enemies or not. You can go into them or you can avoid them to save a second. So you could just run into all the enemies and do exactly what you did at the beginning of the run. It is entirely up to you. But you don't need to run into them because this gap is already open. And again, there are gems underneath there if you're still short of gems. Hey, yes, I get it. So this is Branson. This is who you give the enchanted blade to for your next part of your questing. Just ignore me about the knockbuster part. That's just a weird thing that some of us runners go for. It's not any faster. It's actually very slightly slower, but it's funnier. So yeah, once you've given him the sword and you're done, you flare out, blow his nuts up if you're in the right spot. Yay! Got it in tutorial, I'll take it. And now you're back here, so now you want to, like earlier with entering Sky for the sarcophagus map, you can choose to just jump straight up, you can try and go underneath for the door skip. It's up to you. But now you know the soul belongs to Joe, you talk to him, and he revives. So now that triggers the events that you need to get into the final lab. You need the sword of Branson to get Twitch and Vinegar back over here, which they're both armed and ready, and Barracuda Joe as well. Now you can proceed to give Ammo Baron the module that you got from Bolo. Talk to him again, because you've got the 3 people there, you can now trigger this. And that gives you your entrance to the final lab. Just heal up. Right, and then you're good for now. You can exit out of here, go left on the island, so it's quicker to get to Frostbite that way. And again, all you gotta do is just get past the first screen however you see fit. Just doing it randomly. And now you can enter the next lab, the Forgotten Factory or Lost Factory. I'm not quite remember exactly, but keep your charge, and as soon as you drop your scimitar, that'll position you right so you can move forward, so to speak. Actually, no, that's the any percent style. So no, ignore the scimitar. Sorry, I forgot what category I was doing for a moment. So yeah, you just charge and fall in. Hold left ready, so you can come over here, cannon, and you can get this key. Now, if you've got any food items or potions or anything like that for animation skips, you can do it for these keys as well. I'll at least do 2 just for the food. I'm going to keep the potions back as just in case, I guess. But you want to get 3 keys in this lab. So yeah, you just get your charge up. You'll charge over here. Cannon as you see fit. You can stop your charge in that room, or you can continue and come into this room. Right, so no, actually not yet. I'll save once I've done everything. I'll come back on myself intentionally. So come past the save guy, you come over here, you want to go up to get the next key. Just cannon your way up, get the key. You can just hit the key there if you wish, or if you want to get the key and fall to the floor, just come underneath it. I'm just going to animate skip that as well. Then just make your way down. You just want to fall down slightly and then over to the left, because you want this door, which is the door zone just under the one you came in originally. Then just make your way to left, open that door, then you can do a risky shuffle to break these two blocks, jump up, because you need the key in that chest as well. So another risky shuffle. That gets you your final key. And then one more final shuffle, but you've got to watch yourself here because there is an ice block that can fall on this section here and do that to you. And then you're back here. So you would have already opened all the doors, so after you get all the keys, you've got to be careful. That ice block can troll you and have you. Should that happen, you can try and do the charge in one. Just get the charge there, run through, and just make your way over and get that key and you can progress. Right, just for the sake of being able to show Steel Maggot with different items, I'm just going to run back because there's no save guide right next to him. So it's one of them, unfortunately. So I'm just going to throw a save here so I can at least show different ways for Maggot. Although Maggot's strategy, basically, you just got to try and get the right button configuration on his back. So he has 3 switches that he works with. The idea is to hit all 3 of them in a particular order. I believe there's a full heart just here if you need health. So you've got to be very cautious in a sense with this fight because he also fires out bullets if you hit a wrong switch, but that can easily be evaded. But how you use your items here again is up to you. But this is one of the safe fights with certain item management. If you've got a Super Monster Milk available to use, you don't have to worry about a pipe ball. It's not a mandatory thing. If you want to use a pipe ball, that is up to you. But I will say, if you don't get the right positioning on his tail when it opens up, which you'll see in a moment, so if you hit a wrong switch, all you gotta do is just get on the other side and duck. The bullets will never touch you. Nice, that's that. Right, so if I just use the 2 strongest here. Right, I've got the right position in there. If I was out of position like that, don't ever try and alternate yourself like this because you will miss a cycle because of it. But once one cycle is done, the button configuration now changes, so it's a different pattern to what you just had. See, if last time it was 3-2-1, it's now changed, it's now 3-1-2. So you just want to have your cannon control ready, hit the switches in the right order, get to his tail and attack. So Steel Maggot is probably one of the most comfortable bosses to fight. I mean, that's the safer way of taking. There is a couple of methods you can use against him to try and get the fight done a bit quicker, but they are much riskier things to do, and you probably will end up losing time if you mess up a bit. But for the simple thing is hit a switch. If it's correct, try and hit another switch. If you hit an incorrect switch, get onto the other side of him, duck, evade his bullets, and then just go again. Once you know what the pattern is, then get the 3 switches, go for his tail, and just try and score as much damage as you can. Usually, as I say, if you use a Super Monster Milk, a pipe ball is not mandatory because, again, he works with cycles, so to speak, and he'll on a Super Monster Milk on its own, you can take him down in two rounds when the tail is exposed. So, just to show that. Fortunately, I've got to do a lot of running back just to do it. Yeah, for every time you come against him, the 3 buttons on his back, the order will be different every time. You cannot guarantee what order he's going to give you. So just hit a button. If it's wrong, just get down, duck, then go for the button. I know 3 is going to be correct, so I'll go for another button. It's incorrect. So now I know the pattern is 3-1-2. So I can go 3-1. If you're not comfortable doing that curve, then by all means just hit one of the correct buttons, get onto the other side of him, then when he comes back in, hit the next button that's correct, and then continue the fight. So if I just use a Super Monster Milk here, and then we go into the next round. Well, he's not being nice to me. Ah, shit, I didn't even curve back around. But that's something you can do. I mean, like, I know the pattern's 3, 2, 1. If you don't feel comfortable pulling back on yourself to go for 2, you can just go 3. Then just jump back over, you know it's 2, so go for 2. Don't worry about 1 just yet. Hit the 1, make sure you don't land on his body. And as you can see, no pipe ball needed. As long as you've got Super Monster Milk, you can take him down in 2 once his tail's exposed, as long as you catch him. Exposing his tail takes notes. Dirty. There is a thing though, if you get his tail exposed but you land too far away from him and he starts to get away from you, that will cost you a cycle in general because you're not getting all the damage you need required. But what you can do is, if he's gotten a little too far away from you, you can shoot it. You can use your pistol to shoot him in the tail. That will stun him. So you can just jump over there quickly, try and score as much damage as you can. As another alternating method.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
Yes, I know that method, but it's a method I don't generally use because I can't do it well. I will try to show it, but I can't promise anything. There's also that one cycle kill which I can't do. Which is annoying as well. I thought I got the gist of it, but couldn't get it. But yeah, there is a way of one cycling him, but it's finicky and very precise as far as I remember seeing from X. I'm pretty sure he was able to one cycle him. That will require both of your strong items if you wish to go for it. I'll give it an attempt, but I can't promise I'm going to get it because I can't do it well. But the idea is to try and catch your head on the gap in the roof. So before I start hitting him, where he comes out of these roofs is trying to trap yourself between that, his tail, and using your scimitar. But we'll see what happens. Well, I got lucky there. So let's have a quick crack at this. I'll probably get it wrong. Ooh, I'll miss. But trying to get someone like that, that's not going to one cycle him. But that's essentially the method to doing the one cycle. But you've got to be more precise than that. Because obviously, as you saw, I bounced on his backside before I hit the tail, so I weren't going to get the one cycle with that. But that's the quickest way to get him, is a one cycle by having the 2 strongest items. But I've never been able to pull it off myself, so... But it's still due noted. In terms of item setups for him, as I say, one Monster Milk on its own you'll be able to get 2 rounds off of him as long as you get the strikes. The only other way to get a 2-rounder against him is with Monster Milk and a Super Pipe Ball, with that combination. If you have to use the 2 weakest items, I mean, I guess if you use the 2 weakest items, you could still 2-cycle him if you get those scimitar bounces, but I'm not 100% sure on that, so I've not really tested it. But you usually generally take into consideration that that's going to be a 3-rounder. Yeah, I know what you meant, X. I was just showing that one cycle potential off as well. Right, what was X just mentioned was the scimitar bounce. You can bounce off his face. Basically, what you're going to try and do if you want to try this method, because the aim is to be able to have all 3 of your cannon strikes available so you can try and get all 3 buttons in one round. But you don't know the button pattern, so it's going to be awkward. As you can see, I'm probably going to fuck this up badly, because I don't practice this trick. Wow. See? I suck. Oh, there it is. But I didn't trigger me cannon. But as you can see, it's a bit tight to really pull off, at least from my experience. Ah, so it is. See, even I'm learning. Oh wow, that's very easy to do with the hat. But that's essentially the theory behind that. Yeah, what I was going to quickly show as well. But okay, so that's something I actually didn't know myself, so that's just something to take note on. If you use your hat before you scimitar, it's actually a lot more comfortable to pull that trick off. So thanks for that, X. That's something I'm going to be trying to use. But the idea behind that is if you're fortunate enough that, like, if you always try and go with the same pattern every time, like 1, 2, 3, you'll have all 3 cannon strikes ready. So you'll bounce off, and if it is that order, you can go 1, 2, 3, and you've got the tail exposed straight away. Alright, using the other setup, if you go in with this kind of setup, with the Monster Milk and the Super Pipe Ball setup, you need to at least get your positioning for the Super Pipe Ball to hit the tail on one of the rounds to get the 2-rounder. But as I say, if you miss, don't altercate your positioning, because you will still not get the 2 rounds, because you're losing damage because you're not striking. So the idea will be to hit the button, try and get the right spot right. I got that wrong, so I'm just going to ignore it and just strike on. Wow, that scimitar bounce is a lot easier with the hat. Well, it was. And now I'm fucking up. Right, we'll just go back to hitting his buttons. Wow, what am I doing? Right, 3, 1, 2. I don't even know if my pop was going to last, actually. I'm messing around too much. But if I get the positioning right, at least on this, he should go down in 2. And I didn't. So there's no point me altercating. But there's something else you can do, which I haven't shown yet. Once his tail's done, you can go straight for him. Like that. I mean, I didn't show that first because I was showing the basic way of taking him on. Just jump up, hit a button, get to the other side of him, duck if it's an incorrect one. And I'll say you mix and match how you take the Steel Magaton in general. But once you've done the first phase and you've hit his tail, it's 16, 17 strikes roughly. But once that tail goes, jump up, you can go straight for his buttons again. Right, that just leaves one other thing I haven't shown yet. Oh yeah, don't worry about it. Thanks to that hat method, I will actually be able to do that far more consistently with a bit of practice. But yeah, I didn't think the hat would have made that much of a difference. So see, there you go, a tutorial for people who want to learn the game, and even I'm still learning. That just shows, it doesn't matter how experienced you are, you can still learn. So, yay. But right, anyway, the other method is a riskier method in general for getting the buttons, because you'll be putting yourself in the line of fire. And it's basically, if you hit an incorrect button, you hover over the buttons and you time it to strike the next button. So, right, I've already used all 3 cannons, so I won't do it there. But I know what the button configuration is going to be now, so there's no point in me doing it for this round. I'll just get the 3, get the strikes. Right, now that's wrong, I can hover, hit the button, but that's the risk. But I've at least got button number 2. And you can get the fight done a bit quicker that way. Right, I'm just going to let him live a little bit. If you happen to have a second bubble on your person, you can make it safer by using the bubble. So you just hover, wait till he fires, hits again, and you won't get hit by the bullets. So now I know button 3 is the active one, but I missed. Go for 3, 2. Turned out to be correct, so I don't have to worry. Hit number 1, and finish him off. But that's just multiple different ways and means to doing it, from doing it the most basic way and probably one of the safer ways, just going one button at a time, making sure you get the memorization of which pattern he's using in terms of his button order, and then just make sure you get on the other side, getting the strikes in. And as I say, in terms of item usage, either a Super Monster Milk or a combination of a Monster Milk Super Pipe Ball. If you go with that second option, you need to be in the right position at least once on one of his rounds, so the Super Pipe Ball is doing the damage as well. Otherwise, you'll miss out on a 2 cycle. Yep, exactly. If you can get the button hit frame perfect after you've got one wrong, the bullets won't fire. But as I say, if you've got a spare bubble, you can always use it there as a safeguard to keep you in.
Oh yeah.
Right, so we're pretty much coming to the end of the run now.
Pirate Flare activated.
So we flare out. Alright, so now first we got to trigger the Pirate Master himself. So off to the Lonely Grave. Alright, so this is one of the islands where a risky shuffle is not required. You can, but it wastes a bit of time. But because the next screen is where the cutscene is going to activate, you don't need the charge. But if you fancy doing the charge, this is pretty much what it looks like. Slide. Okay. Right, so now that's done, we can make our way to the Pirate Master and finish him off. Exiting this island, 3 ways of doing it. 2 of them are the same. Well, 2 of them are at the same time. Risky shuffling out, or just literally walking across is the same time. So you may as well just walk across. That's the easier part. If you fancy sacrificing some time, you got a spare flare. You can just flare out, but I wouldn't take that. Oh no, I wouldn't recommend that. I would highly recommend if you've got one bubble, keep it for the Pirate Master. That is a certainty. Until you get more used to the game, go with that. Yes, this is a tutorial. Stop teaching him stop teaching people bad ways. God damn it. Only joking, of course, mate. Right, so now you exit out. You're back in Scuttletown. Now you pretty much the rest of this run, for the most part, is straightforward. For the most part. All you gotta do is run to the right to start you off. Again, it's exactly up to you how you do it. I would suggest doing, well, to be fair, you can do it however you want. I mean, I generally just run across the floor and jump over the pits. You can just fly over everything if you want. Try not to get the heart squid of shame. So it's literally all up to you. But the wall is now back. So you just charge into that and go across. And then you enter him back into this palace. Said the guy used the flare. Yeah, that was just me being silly. So yeah, just a note, don't flare out of the island. It's not a time save, it's worse. Just walk. As soon as you're done with the cutscene, walk to the left, exit out, and you're good. Right, so now we're on to the tower climb. Right, so going through this is pretty much, there's a couple of ways of approaching it. I mean, you can go with comfortable, mid-range. There's a method that X has, which is a second faster than the way I use, but I've not practiced it, so I'm not going to be showing it on this one. But pretty much the start of it is always the same. You'll enter here, you'll come to the left, go to the right, go to the left. And now this is the part where the skipping comes into it. I mean, if you can't do this skip, you can always do the trials, but that is not recommended because the trials are evil. But the idea is from here to get onto that platform. And this is using the hat to your advantage as the hat pushes you up a bit. Now there is a visual cue that is generally used, but you need to get everything at the peak of your jumps. So you need strong jump, and at the peak of that, activate your hat to push out. Then you want 3 cannon strikes, and at the peak, 3 strong cannon strikes, and at the peaks of each cannon, doing the each strike. So you pretty much want to be going like that, and then a hat at the end to push up that last pixel that'll get you onto this lip. If you want to play safe, you can hit these switches. That'll give you a platform. So should you accidentally fall down, you don't have to worry about doing the same thing again. You can just cannon up there, and you're fine. General visual cue just to shows for the hat, it's at somewhere in its deployment, so about there. That was a bit late, that was early, so you want to let it deploy out a bit for the first hat before you then do the rest, but you want to get them all at the peaks of the jumps. If you want to make the tower climb as easy as possible, that one is a mandatory one. From here you come to the left, right, up to the left. You can jump up, or you jump off the chain and then cannon to here. This one is another mandatory one, so you want to use the same method to get up here. I believe there's one here as well. Yeah. So you could do stuff like that. But that one you need a double hat, I think. I can't quite remember. But there's one there if you want to use it, but normally we just go to the, well, I would usually go to the left and I would go for the hat one there. But you can go here, jump over here, jump over there, and then jump onto the chain if you want to eliminate as many of the those hat cannon jump things as possible. Is the position important? Only on certain ones, I would say. But I mean, for like the general ones, it doesn't matter. You can be at the edge, you can be close to the door. As long as you got the timing right, position doesn't matter. Like, so I can go right at the edge here, and I should still reach. So as long as you're within this block range, you're fine. But you've just got to have the timing down right, which is from there, 1, 2, 3, at the peak of each jump. And then it's just using that visual cue on your hat. Because, I mean, that's a full deployment. That's a full. That would be too soon. That would be a bit late. And that would be somewhere about right. But yeah, you can go, as I say, there's some you don't have to do. So, I mean, there's one there which I've left out intentionally. And there's one here that you have to do. Jump up here, to the right, to the left. You can go for this block here first before coming over to here, but this is one where you don't need the hat involved. You just need to be at the peak of your cannons for all three to reach that one. So that one's a safer one to go for. And then you finally jump to the right and be done. But that's me leaving out two of the ones that I would go for. So that would be the quicker, well, that would be the safest way of approaching the tower climb. So if I do it all in one succession, hopefully. So you enter, come over here, you go to the far right, make sure you cannon well. This will be your first cannon up to reach that platform. I missed it. Move yourself to the right, over to the left, grab the chain, climb up, over here, hat trick up, follow the platforms all the way through, use your hat where necessary just to be safe, and then this will be your final one. Oh, I forgot to go left. And you'll be done. But there is others that you can use to save some time in this tower. One I generally use, I showed you one that was here, which would be similar time to the one I used, but there's a method that X has where you can get up a bit quicker for an extra second time save, but I'm not too sure of how to do that properly yet. But another one that you can use is here, which is where your positioning changes a bit. You need to shunt yourself over to the right to reach the platform at that point. And I forgot to hat, god damn it, to reach that bit of platform there. Then you can proceed over. If you want an extra time save, there is one other one you could do here, but I wouldn't recommend it, but it is a bit risky. But same pattern, but you've got to do it whilst moving to the right to reach that platform there. But that's only for about a second to get through. And then you can proceed with the rest as you see fit. So it's just finding that right combination that suits you. But you need at least a minimum of 3 of those hats and cannon combinations at the peaks of the jumps to have enough to be able to skip the trolls themselves. But if you want to go for, the method I generally use, it would hopefully look a bit like this if I can pull it off. So come in to the left, to the right, just make sure you reach the platforms. If you miss time a cannon, just, oh, that hat did not deploy. And there you go. That'll be the tower climb. Done and done. 1 second, I just got a message. Okay. Alright, so that's tower climb. Alright, so now we're down to the Pirate Master himself, the final fight of the run. Did a save there, but usually if you don't save, you can just run through, get your charge, and you can make your way through. Now, usually I would certainly say make sure you have your 2 strongest items and a bubble for this fight. A bubble is it's not mandatory, but it's highly recommended. Super Pipe Ball, Super Monster Milk, I would suggest you have for this fight. If you need to use one weaker item, then either way combination is fine, but you're going to have to get more strikes in at an earlier point of the fight to get. But there are a few ways of going about this fight. But Pirate Master works a little bit random. His only RNG is sort of how he teleports. Basically, he'll do 4 teleports at the beginning of the fight, or throughout the fight at the start. He'll teleport to either the far left or far right, which is random. Then he could go to the middle or the other side for 4 teleports. After that, he'll go to the far side, start spread firing bullets. This is why you need the bubble, because any bullet that hits you will kill you instantly when you're on a 2-heart run. But he'll go to far left at that point, throw his bubbles out, teleport to the other far side, throw his bubbles out, then he'll always go into the middle. Then we get the pedestal phase. And again, he'll choose which pedestal he'll start on, which is random, and then he'll just go 4 teleports. Well, 4 including the initial one he has to go onto the platforms, and he'd always go far left, far right. And then he'll choose a side at the very end and go into his lasers. So, ideally, if you've got the 2 strongest, you should be okay. But you want to try and score as much damage as you can throughout the fight. So, basic way of doing it is just follow him. Try not to run directly into the middle, because he could teleport there, so stay slightly to the side of the middle, just in case he decides to. Now I know he's going to go to the far right, followed by the far left, and he'll go back into the middle. Now the pedestals will begin. Now it's up to him where he starts. Right, so he starts there, so just try and jump and get a strike in. And he'll always do that back and forth. Now he'll choose a side, then you can wail on him. Just be careful of those lasers. You should be able to kill him beforehand though by that point. If you've got the 2 strongest, even with taking it a bit easy like that, you should be able to beat him before his lasers shoot. But just be aware that those lasers are there and that there's a chance that they can fire off, and if they do, they will kill you. So, gotta be cautious there. Alright, so that's pretty much how Pirate Master works. There is a few things you can do to speed things up. One of them doesn't speed up by a great deal, but it can help. As I mentioned earlier about using your cannon to cancel your whips, or using jumps. So, I mean, that's your general whip speed, but you can do stuff like that to cancel it. So it's just a case of timing when you're right by him to sort of go with that kind of motion to get a couple more strikes in. It's not by much, but it's something. Also, when he goes on the pedestals, you can gauge him and score more strikes that way. If you happen to have your auto potion still intact by the time of this fight, you can actually take an intentional damage hit on him to score more damage. So as soon as the fight begins, you can activate these 3 items before you start the fight if you wish. But just have them activate and then the fight will begin. Just try and score what damage you can. Nice RNG by Pirate Master. Right, so this is where you could do something in your favour if you wish. Like, you can come onto this pedestal, you've already got an auto potion, so you can just take a potential hit, jump over, there goes your auto potion, score more damage, and then just wait for him to drop down, and then finish him off that way, and that would be time. The last hit of the Pirate Master is where we call time, and that'll be your run done. So that's if you want to use the auto potion to your advantage, if you still have it by this point of the run. Another way of scoring damage on him when he's on the pedestals, if you don't have an auto potion, or you don't want to take potential tank damage, if he's nice enough, if his RNG is nice enough, you can still use it you can still score quite a bit of damage by using the cannon hail whip cancellations. But it all depends on how his movement is, because what you want to try and do when he's on the pedestals is score multiple strikes on him as the pedestal sways to the far side, of either far left or far right. So hopefully, for example, well, it's not the best example unfortunately, but that's RNG for you, but that's sort of the method you want to go for to try and avoid damage. Then go in for the kill. Oops. Is there anything else in the weaker items, I guess, is the only thing to go with? This video wouldn't have been much short, because this was originally meant to be more of a beginner's tutorial, but I then went on to explain quite a fair bit more for advanced strategies and stuff like that, so this ended up going on longer than I originally anticipated, but I don't mind. Saves doing another tutorial, I guess, at least for this category. Right, so if you have to use weaker items against Pirate Master, I would make sure that you don't go with the two weakest. So you'd pretty much go one weak, one strong. And you should still be able to get enough damage in, but this also now means that by doing this, in an ideal world, you want to try and score as much damage, like from the example I showed, not long, well, the two examples, either the auto potion thing or trying to score multiple strikes from a side distance to take him down a bit quicker, so you don't end up getting the lasers in your face. Like, that'll be perfect if I'd have done it right. Right, I've already done damage, so I'll just switch over now and do auto potion method. But you should be down. But as I say, you run the risk, he could still die. As you can see, that got a bit close there. But if you're going to go one weaker item, you need to be able to score additional damage somewhere. The very first example I showed by just hitting him once when he's on the pedestals and taking your time, that I wouldn't recommend using one weak item for that method, because you will end up getting yourself killed. And you don't really want to lose a run at the very end. Oh, bloody hell, take your time. Fucking hell. White screen of death! Yeah, just suppose two more things to go. If you do need to use the two weaker items, again, you'll be trying to do the fight pretty much the same vein, you just got to be very, very careful at the very end. I just realised I didn't activate my bubble. Alright, so in this case, it might still be possible to kill him, but you don't want to risk it, so once you know laser getting ready to fire, get ready to get out of there. And unfortunately I took a hit there, but that's pretty much the sort of principle you want. Look at how auto potions as well. Then he will just repeat his cycles. As you see, I'm nowhere near him with the two weaker items, actually. I'm actually surprised it was that fucking far behind. Didn't think it'd be that much behind, but in the event of having to use the two weaker items, you need to be prepared to get out of his way and hope that you don't get caught by his laser shot. Because if I'd have had the one auto potion, which I already used to try and get more damage, that would have been a death, and I would have lost my run there and then.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
Alright, so that leaves me one other thing to mention. If you end up going bubbleless, then Pirate Master becomes more tricky, and you've got to be very, very careful. So if you're going with this way, you pretty much want to have the two strongest items as well, because you'll be giving up damage at certain points. Wow, that was bad on my part. But just using your scimitar and cannons just to get a bit more damage. Try and stay as far edge as you can with each pedestal. Just trying to score whatever scimitar damages you can. I'm not sure I'm going to have enough damage, I might die. Oh, just about. But that's essentially the risk that you take if you go bubbleless. Pretty much, once you've counted his teleportations properly, he does his 4, then you know he's going to go to the far edge and shoot his bubbles. That's when you want to make sure you get above him. Get whatever cannon strikes in you can, scimitar bounce him just to score additional damage. And then when he starts to go to the pedestals, you want to stay on the far outside to make sure you don't get hit by the bullets. Then get above and try and get whatever cannon or scimitar damage you can just to strike the damage in. And then pray to God you've done enough damage. If you're not comfortable that you've done enough damage, then get above the lasers and pray to God. I suppose just to finish this up, because that is pretty much the run in a nutshell. So just going to take Pirate Master out. Hopefully what would be the ideal way for me usually. So enter the fight. I've got all my strong items. He's been a dick. He's giving me a bad pattern there, so I'll still be able to get enough damage in, but it's annoying. Alright, so it's up to me how I do this now. I can go with the auto potion thingy, or I can do this multiple strike. If you can get onto the edge of the platforms as well, it's a tight gap, but it is possible to get onto the tips of those platforms to take him down, as thus. You can get him down before he even reaches the end. Or reaches the floor. But there is the tip on those pedestals that you can actually land on if you've got enough precision to be able to land there and just do continuous strikes. But very risky to do. And that is GG. 4.5 hours in. Tutorial done, I believe. So yeah, on the final stroke of the Pirate Master, that's when we call time, and you are done. I'm dreading to see this in game time now. Right, so before this is pretty much wrapped up, anyone else that's in the chat, just thought I'd better ask again, is there any part of that you feel as though I've missed? Or is there any questions about the run that you'd like to ask? Two hours 55:13. Not even gonna get the speedrun achievement with that.
Shantae and the Pirate's Curse.
All good. Okay, sweet. Not a problem, Nori. I'll say I did mention that I was looking to possibly do something like this at some point in the new year, but with the tournament coming up, it made more sense to get it done sooner rather than later, so I had the time, so why not? Although, as I said, I originally thought it'd be a 3-hour tutorial, maybe 2.5, but I ended up going through a lot of things to explain the run, so took me longer than expected, but it's there at least. And hopefully it'll be very helpful to newcomers, as well as people that have been running the game rather recently and want to try and learn a few additional things, or may not know about certain things for this category. Hey, well done, X, and cheers for the GG. Tutorial done. Right. Now after doing that, I'm going to do a full run of the game now. Only the one though, because I've been at this for a while. Just do one full no out of bounds run just to make up for how long that took. But for the purpose of the actual tutorial, I will say I hope you guys find this useful in some manner of fashion. Whether you be a newcomer into the series, or if you've been running the game for a little bit and just want to try and find out any other information that you may or may not have already known. So, again, hope you tune in. We'll have this uploaded to YouTube ASA pretty much as soon as I've done with this stream completely. And with that, enjoy running Shantae and the Postcards. Right, so let me just take the tutorial part off and change my title over just to